A year ago, I sat down with this business owner and helped them work through a plan to get through their first hire and start to scale up the revenue and the profit in their business. Now, I checked in with them recently and they've got that first hire on board. It's been a game changer. And by going through a stack of the contacts that they knew that they already have, they've got $300,000 worth of work in their pipeline. This is incredible. But this business owner had to start with the belief and understand that there are things that they could do that were going to move the dial in their business. So we've put together for you a 4-hour training that you can work through. You may not be at the stage where you can work with us one-on-one, nor be able to afford the investment to do that, and that is completely fine. Use some of the principles from this 4-hour training that we're giving to you for free to learn and to implement into your business. We go nice and slow and steady. You can work through it in your own pace. The first session is putting together a business plan for this specific business owner, looking at cash, talking about numbers, and figuring out some of the things that are getting in the way for this business owner mentally. Then we check in after 6 weeks, and then again at the end of 90 days. This is the tried and true path that we've taken many, many business owners down. You can go check out the Google reviews, but you can learn from this business owner because they were so good to allow us to record this and give it out to other small Kiwi business owners to help them grow their business. If you would like our free business planning template to work alongside what this business owner is doing, hit the link below and you can download and have that for free as well. Get stuck into it. All right, mate. Well, I'm excited to work through today with you. Where I normally
Yeah,
start with
mate, let's
these,
go.
yeah, is
Yeah.
basically like out of today. So over this next 2.5 hours, what do we need to make sure that you walk away from these 2.5 hours with to make sure you get the most value?
I really want to understand my zero. I want to get a decent. I feel like I've got so much shit on that I don't know like the right way to go. I've got to a certain point and like maybe stagnant. I don't know, like a bit nervous to I know I want to grow in terms of getting more staff and more income, and I'd like to work out how to get more of a passive income as well, rather than relying on staff entirely. But um, growing my income, growing staff members, and like how do I know when's the right time?
Yeah.
I almost feel like I've got way too much on at the moment, but I don't see any extra money coming in the front door. And like I felt like I was going real well into the back end of last calendar year, but then since this calendar year, just the first 3 months were just rubbish, and then the next three have been average. But like I just feel like my money's just going nowhere in
Okay.
terms of like I've had $40,000 on my tax account since December last year, and so I've earned money, but and put money in there, but it just seems to be going nowhere.
When you say
So
going nowhere, do you mean their money's not going to anything, or do you mean that it's not increasing?
I mean, the bank balance isn't increasing, which makes me a bit nervous and like, what am I doing wrong? And I don't know. I guess I probably suffer from a bit of imposter syndrome in terms of am I good enough and am I doing things right? And I suppose also like every trader you come across, the tool stuff is sweet, but the business stuff is, yeah. I mean, I did fifth form accounting when it was fifth form accounting and I got 49%.
Yeah.
So I that sort of is the metric that I want to understand, and look, some real pointers on how to, yeah, how to, I don't want to say grow because it like how to get more money in the door, how to say no to the shit that I know that's not worth doing, but be confident that there's shit that is worth doing around the corner rather than doing the shit that's I seen, like I'm contracting to a couple of mates at the moment, and it's like the money's just, well, I have to work so much more to get the right amount of money in the door to, you know, how, yeah.
So that's
Just
less
having,
that's less profitable. Contracting to your mates is less profitable than the
yeah,
other way.
because
Yeah.
like, say, contracting to my mates is getting 65 to 70 bucks an hour. And by the time I take all the costs out of that, like it's just,
Nothing left.
nothing left. It's good in the fact that like it's bringing money in the door, but it's bad in the fact that it's not enough money, and it also then takes me away from being able to either market, do something to get more money, and and so like yeah, just end up being in a real vicious circle of trying to change a bit of the mindset of working for an hour, getting
Yeah.
whatever it is, because I'm doing some contracting for like $130 an hour, which is great. But even then, that hour is gone from being able to work on the business.
Yeah. Good
And
man.
it's not like I know I could be better. Like they're not saying, oh, here's 10 hours a day. It's like, well, it's an hour here, an hour there, sort of thing. So like $130 isn't really worth it, because it's not just the hour that you spend, it's the other bits and shits in behind it. It's the 10 minutes there and after, like thinking about stuff and all that sort of, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Just so like some real from you getting down and knowing the nuts and bolts and especially around the finances, like, am I actually making any money? I know I've taken money out of the business, as so I must be making some according to my accountant, but and then planning on a way forward and some key things for me to be able to do, to come back to you and say, hey, look, I've nailed all these things. This is what where we're at, sort of thing. And this is how I can get better and grow as a person, but as the business as well. So yeah.
Nice, mate. All right. Well, we're going to give you a mini business degree over this next 90 days, so I'm
Cool.
sure
Yeah.
we'll
I
cover a
love
lot
it.
of that.
Yeah.
Hey, tell me then, what would you like to be paid every month? Because you talk like a lot of it's about increasing your income and taking home more and things like that, right? It's what it comes back to, and passive income, and like
Yeah.
it's a lot of income focus, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm keen to understand, like, what is it each month that you would like to have in the hand?
So, in the hand, if I between well, for myself over at the moment, like right this very minute now, if I could have take bucks out of the business a week,
Yeah.
um, without feeling like I'm taking too much. Does that make sense? Like without like at the moment I'm taking out of it each week because that's what I got paid on wages, and we know it sort of works, but it's a bit tight, but it's manageable.
Oh, did you say?
Yeah.
And that's drawings, right?
Yes, drawings. Yeah.
So you'd like just like let's say for a week of drawings.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and look, that's short term.
Yeah.
Obviously later on, long term, I'd like to be able to take the kids on a family holiday overseas, so I'm going to need more than that. But
Yeah.
yeah, and be able to take it out comfortably and know that, like at the moment, I'm taking out, and it's sort of like, oh, am I actually okay with that as the business? Like I don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I'm only doing it because I need um, to keep food on the table, sort of thing, and a
Yeah.
roof over our head.
Cool, mate. That makes a lot of sense. I think what we'll do is we'll start with cash flow so that
Yep.
because I think a lot of these things you've got no clarity or visibility of, which I'll teach you over the next probably half an hour. It might actually take us longer.
Yep.
But once you have that, it'll probably release a bit of this fear that you don't have enough and what's going on, can I, can't I? And it'll help
Yes.
us make a lot of the other decisions that you probably want to touch on, which
Yeah.
I've got
Cool.
written down to talk about. So
Yep.
let me just pull up a
So I was looking at your cash flow, or have been looking at your cash flow
template.
on Next Advisory, your cash flow forecaster thing.
Yeah.
So, which is good over the last couple of nights.
Okay. Well, I've built you one. So we'll look
Cool.
at that and you can keep this. So at a very high level, right, what we've done is we've gone through and just said, okay, this is sort of roughly what your revenue looks like each month after
Yep.
GST.
Yep.
And then what expenses do you have at
Uh-huh.
about 42%? And then what the rest of these look like. Now, these are all smoothed, right? So they're not accurate to the dollar and to the cent, and they don't really reflect, what the business is going to end up doing.
No.
But then you've got loan repayments in there as well. And then you've kind of got so if we say equals 1350 times by 4.333, it's about 5850, right? So
So,
that's what you're,
what's the 4.3? Oh, that's your monthly. Yep.
yeah, so that's per week.
Okay. Yep.
And then we've modeled out, okay, what your tax obligations are going to be, right?
Yep.
In August, that one, oh, sorry, that will be, I just changed the months, so get rid of that. Jan, and then in April, I think you've got terminal tax to pay. So this
Yep.
is based off of what your
Last year's accounts. Yep.
yeah, what
Yep.
was in there, okay?
Yep. No, that because it looks familiar.
It does.
Yeah,
That's good.
and I can see that you've just averaged everything out, which is sweet.
Yeah.
I understand what you've done.
Okay. So let me just find but I want you to understand because I assume these are finalized, which it seems to be. So I've added together Claire's plus
Yes.
yours
Yep.
that you sent over. So you understand the difference between terminal tax and provisional tax. So it's basically provisional is
Yeah.
the obligation you're paying towards having a similar profit to
Next
the
year.
yeah.
Yeah, or
So
this year rather. Yep.
yeah. So your finance, your accounts, if we start there, just to give you some understanding of that, this basically says that in that year you had what is called a shareholder salary of 85,000.
Yeah.
Now that's before tax. So that gets allocated to your shareholder current account, which is down here. Where do they put it? They should have it separate. Maybe they don't. Oh, here we go. So shareholder salary credit, that's the on paper allocated profits to yourself and your partner.
Yeah.
And then you've put in some money and then you've taken out 66. So the business effectively owes you $43,000. But remembering that you've got tax to pay, that tax to pay will be a drawing as well,
Yeah.
and that would bring that balance down. So
But that's only on the terminal tax, is it? Is that right?
hold on, that you're going to confuse yourself if you think like that. So I'll just
Okay.
step you back. And then this is what you've got sitting in the bank at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So back to your question, that's only on the terminal tax. Let's ignore the shareholder current account. Your terminal tax is because you haven't paid tax on this profit yet, right?
Right.
So that's what you've got to pay in April next year. And so
Yes.
now the IRD know you're that profitable, they say they want you to pay provisional tax as well. So
Yeah.
that's like in this forecast, we're saying, right, well, you're obligated to pay in August, you're obligated to pay in January, and
Yeah.
then you're obligated to pay another in May as well.
Yeah.
But that's probably not going to be enough to cover the tax on the eventual profit, because I think that what did they allocate you? Oh, yes, that's about 12. So you'd probably end up, if you keep trading this way, you'll probably end up with more profit, hopefully, which we'll explore, and then further tax to pay. But anyway, at the moment, that's your obligation about.
Yeah.
So then what we say is, okay, how much cash?
Sorry, while you're on that track of provisional tax, the way I understand it, or the way the accountant said it to me, so that 15 grand provisional tax then takes care of grand's worth of next year's.
Correct. Yep. So you're
So
paying as you go.
yeah, of this year's rather. So then would I say I earned, oh no, I'd still have provisional tax. So that might jump. Like if I earn more, then essentially I'm still going to have those 3 provisional taxes next year, but they'll be more than grand. Is that right?
So when you do your next set of accounts for this current financial year, which will
Yeah.
finish 31st of March 2026, you would have paid worth of tax towards it based on 2025.
Right.
But you'll finalize the accounts and go, oh shit, actually we're more profitable.
Yeah.
And the IRD will say, oh, you owe us the difference. You owe us that in April the following year again.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be then my
Terminal
12,000 or whatever will be more.
Yeah.
Terminal tax will be more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
However, given that the data is live, basically in April, May, you can actually have a look and see, well, what did we actually make in that 2026 year? And you can pay in advance. You can pay more than the IRD obligation. Just very clear on that word obligation. This is your obligation at the moment.
Yeah.
But you can actually pay to stay current. So you might be more profitable and you might say, we're going to pay grand there. And there's nothing, to stop you doing that. And when they finalize your accounts, you wouldn't end up with a terminal tax bill. This is all under the proviso that you do end up more profitable than the current financial year, right?
No, we're ending up more profitable, right? I'm not fucking going backwards.
Good boy. Okay. So what this then shows us is then, okay, if we have are these loans, right? Marek, Rothbury.
Yeah. So Rothbury finances my insurance.
Yeah.
And Marek is your favorite bank, Heartland Bank.
Beautiful. Yeah.
For the vehicle loan.
Okay.
From a Ranger.
Yeah, nice.
Ranger, mate.
So you've got at the moment. So what this is then tracking is basically what happens to our closing bank balance should we do grand of sales after GST. So it's all GST exclusive to ignore having to
Yep.
put GST aside, but we'll come back to that.
Yep.
And then your loan repayments and paying your tax, what's going to happen to cash? And as you can see down here, you stay around that mark. So you've cleared this is after clearing your tax, plus then paying provisionally, and then you've still
Right.
got grand left there. So what I'm going to show you straight away before you jump into your next question is going to be per week
Mhm.
that you take out, and what's happening to cash, we're going to end up with. So you're not going to run out of money, even if from tomorrow you start taking.
Oh, okay, sweet.
So the first thing I want you to do
Yeah.
before we decide on anything else
Yeah.
is to change that to 17,
Okay.
because we need to reset the baseline of like what your worthiness is or what you feel is rewarding, right? Because it feels like a big jump to that, or that's where you'd like to go to. I think you're already there.
Okay.
And then,
Is
yeah.
it worth going to, or I don't
Well,
want to.
you said you only wanted. So you set your goals low. You gotta live with them now. Now we can explore that. We can play with that. But I think there's some other things you might want to do in the business as well, right? So like we
Yeah,
want to
totally. I don't want to.
starve the business of cash and then freak out. But I'll just on your question, let's just say, okay,
Yeah.
we say a week. What does that then look like? The answer is still going to be yes. You can take that if you want. You're still going to end up
Okay.
with grand left there.
Okay.
So
Right.
you're not going to run out of money, but you're going to watch that bank balance go backwards. But that's fine, because that money that you've got to set aside. Another way to look at it is basically you've paid yourself so lean over the last 12 months, you could actually take a lump sum out because you've got too much set aside for tax. You've basically got you've got your whole you've got last year's
30
tax
plus.
plus this year's tax set aside already.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
yeah. So the good thing is, yeah, if you want to move to like that's possible.
Yeah.
But we will play with this cash flow to see, okay, what else is happening.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's sweet. Awesome.
Yeah. So that should give you some comfort that cash isn't really like a big issue for you. You've been very diligent with your tax and got that set aside. So that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
And so we don't need to be like too frugal as such. But then I guess we're going to work on, okay, how do we get this top line figure to be more? Now,
Yes.
if we dive into Xero briefly and have a look at these last few months, like where this could break is that like in May here, for example, you've got a loss there, which I'd imagine this is just timing. So you must have done a lot of work in April, and then maybe you've paid for those materials in May or something. I don't know, but there's a mismatch there. Your materials are higher than your sales.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
it's really
That'll
profitable.
correct itself this month
Okay.
because I had to buy some stuff and then wasn't and did some work right at the end of the month that then I'd already claimed on that job for till the end of the month.
Yeah. Okay.
So that should correct itself. Yes.
Put our fee in there just to make it accurate. And then, so if we then go, right, let's have a look over the last, say, 12 periods. Can you hear that drilling in the background? Hopefully not.
No.
No. Oh, cool. Someone's doing some renos. So we have a look like month to month. Yeah, it's quite sporadic. And that's, I guess,
Yeah.
like, why does that happen? Why are we doing and then all of a sudden we're doing and eights? Like, is that just the country's closed
So,
down over that period?
yeah, pretty much like October, November, I'd finished a job that was pretty profitable. So that's
Yeah.
why going into, and also I'd been doing some contracting work at like I said, at 100 and quite a bit of it at 130 an hour, which sort of has boosted that in August, September, and October. And then I haven't had a decent project kick off this side or in January, February, and then that's why it's boosted again because I've had a decent electrical project that's finished in end of April, and so it's kind of been finally invoiced out.
So tell me, where do these great electrical projects come from?
So my father-in-law owns a construction business, like a design and build construction business, and I do all that work. But he's only doing so there. He's only got 4 guys working for him, and he does 2 or 3 a year at sort of grand of sales. And there's probably, I think it was in the last one. Well,
So So sorry. So like, where do these electrical projects come from? Are you just saying you're contracting to is it to this guy each time?
Yeah, so it's not contracting though, so I've put in a price, and
Yeah.
so I'm not working for an hourly rate or anything. It's a set price, and I can make it as profitable or as not profitable as I choose to, sort of thing.
Yeah.
If that,
What work do you want to be doing?
like, I like doing that work, but I don't want to be doing it for everyone because it's not always as profitable as that. I like doing work on boats because it's fairly profitable. Um, I also like, personally, for self satisfaction, I'm a tutor at an electrical night school, and I love, like, just tutoring the guys that want to learn.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily great for family life or cash.
Yeah. So
Um, so, like, the
it's
training thing is cool, but I feel like a bit of imposter syndrome there, is like how I don't have any teaching qualifications, and I feel like I'm flying by the seat of my pants sometimes,
how long
and
you been doing that?
2 years.
And do they invite you back?
Yeah, of
So
course.
why do you have imposter syndrome? Wouldn't they have
I
said
don't know.
piss off?
Hey,
Wouldn't they have said piss off if you don't know what you're doing?
yeah, possibly, but like that, I get your logic. Like, but those sorts of things, and so, like,
No, no, no,
like,
no, 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 not those sorts of things. We need to stop here.
okay,
Because if you're carrying that thinking into your career and into your job, like you're pricing like that as well. So if you think that you're
well,
not good enough to
yeah,
tutor, is the tutoring free?
no,
Okay, good.
no,
So at least you're getting something for it. But if you
yeah,
don't think you're good enough to do it, or you've got imposter syndrome or flying by the seat of your pants, but you're 2 years in and they keep getting you back, but then like at these projects you want to be doing the boats and then the electrical projects which are more profitable, like they're kind of
yeah.
they're a nice to have, but an outlier by the sounds almost.
Yeah, well, like, the boats are and I don't want to say the issue. Logistically, the boat work that I've had is in Picton, and I'm in Christchurch.
I see.
So the travel time I can cover because there's no one in Picton to do the work. So if I was in Picton, it would be perfect, but I don't live in Picton, and traveling up there is okay, but I need to be able to set aside a week to say, okay, I'm going up there for a week. I'm here. I've got guys up there that will book me in work, basically, and it's a great rate, and I can cover that travel time, the day's travel in between. Um, but I'd like to be able to test the waters with Littleton and Akaroa, that's much closer to Christchurch, and see if that work over there is as profitable, because there's people in Christchurch that will do it, I would assume.
Yeah.
And finding the avenue of how do I go about doing that. Like, I'm working through my shyness and introvertedness to try and get myself out there more, and, like, taking steps like getting on LinkedIn and those sorts of things, whereas in the past I wouldn't have. So, that's the sort of thing I'm working out to get out there. I'd love to be able to do a YouTube channel or something like.
Yeah. We
um
don't need to go down that path yet.
no,
I guess what I'm trying to help you see here is like you're holding yourself back through this kind of false belief that maybe you're not good enough, etc. And
yeah,
what it's doing is it's stopping you from doing the basics. And the basics are, let's reach out to Littleton, Akaroa, boat builders, or whoever these people are, and
yeah,
let's ask them, hey, who's currently doing your work? Do you need any help? I help with this. I'm also the tutor at blah blah blah. That's for me, that's validation that you know what you're doing.
yeah,
And like maybe there's 100 grand worth of work sitting there and you don't know because you're not asking. Now, setting up a YouTube account to put ourselves out there to get past our introvertedness and shyness, etc. That's good training for us to try and, like, become more comfortable putting ourselves out there. But it's not the right way to find out if the
right,
work actually exists, if you know what I mean.
yes, yeah,
Yeah. So I guess the question I often come to with clients is like who, not how. So who would know if that work exists in Littleton and Akaroa, if you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
exactly, okay, yeah,
yeah, and let's go and ask them. And all that happens is they say no. And we're, oh, okay.
yeah,
But we're now at least we know.
yes,
Because someone must be doing it, like you say, right? Well, how come they've got it? And who's in that world? So we need to start building a picture
yeah,
And then we need to make sure that if we do take it on, we don't go, oh shit, I'm not good enough. I better charge a lower rate. We gotta, still back ourselves and
Yeah.
and and add value to what it is that they're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah. I'm not
So
an imposter then.
good man. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all have those thoughts, right? But they can hold us back. So I think a big part of this over the next 90 days and beyond too is going to be resetting your mindset around it.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Otherwise, like all we do is we say, well, with your cash flow as an example, we say, well, right, you can do $65 an hour for 2,080 hours would be amazing. That's 135 grand worth of income, which
Yeah.
is 11 grand for the rest of the year. I doubt that's exciting or appealing to you, right? By the time you pay for your costs and
No,
shit,
because that's the other thing.
you have
Like
travel.
contracting to my mates, it's not like I don't get anything out of it.
Yeah,
Bar the money aside, like if they paid me, bucks an hour, which I'm getting out for doing this other project management contracting, I don't get anything out of it. I don't find it enjoyable. It's not, like it. Yeah, I'm not making myself better by doing it
yeah. So why do you do it?
for cash flow, for
Yeah,
money. Like and like I said, you're right about the mindset. I've got to get out of this mindset of swapping hours for money because I know it's holding me back because but I have this fear of not having enough money in the bank, which you've just dispelled completely with that cash flow calculator. But like I have this fear of having to say to Claire and the kids, look, we're in real trouble here, and we're because I haven't gone to work for 30 hours and earned any money this week when in fact I may not have done that, but I've spent 30 hours working on the business, which in 2 months' time is going to pay off because I've got way more profitable work. And how do I attack that? As I guess, like my mindset, I know what I need to do. I just love a pat on the back and say, and you've already done that with your cash flow thing, but saying, okay, you're doing great. This is what we need to do. But to go forward, say no to that 65 bucks an hour
mm,
and you'll be okay.
yeah, yeah,
I've got a mate of mine that wants to do, instead of doing 65 bucks an hour, he wants to do joint ventures and profit share so that it makes it more lucrative for both of us. But I get a bit dubious about that because I know that my job that I'd throw into the pot has got profit in it, and he hasn't done any of his jobs, so he doesn't know how much profit he's got in it. So it's like I'm taking a fucking gamble here, and it could be all right, and I trust the shit out of him, but like, what if it's not?
What's he trying to solve? What's he trying to achieve, do you think?
So he's trying to achieve. It's his first year in business. He's very, I'd say he's great with sales and talking to people, and has a great network of people that he knows because he's a Christchurch boy or whatever. He just that's his thing, and he's thinks he's got a huge amount of work lined up, and he doesn't want to hire anyone. He wants to, at the moment, he doesn't want to hire anyone. He wants to be able to, and he wants to have someone reliable to do the work with him. And he knows that at 65 bucks an hour, he's going to find that hard to find.
Yeah,
65 bucks an hour, you're turning up and you're doing your 8 hours worth of work or whatever, and then you're walking out the door and not giving a shit about the rest of the project. Whereas if you've got some profit share in it, then you do. But if you don't know what the profit is, then that makes it hard to get excited.
yeah, gotcha. Oh, my take without really understanding it is that like you're both kind of trying to get somewhere, and then you're both looking at each other, or probably more so looking at this guy as like he's looking at you going, oh, you can be my delivery guy. Like you can do it, and then we can both kind of benefit from it. My question is, do you need to? And I think, if you weren't earning $65 an hour and weren't thinking like you currently have been thinking, which we're already tidying up, I don't think you'd want to do that anyway. I think
No,
you're
yeah.
skeptical.
Well, I'm already skeptical about it. I've already got reservations about it, and I kind of feel like, well, yeah, I don't know. I'm taking a bit of a like we both want to get somewhere, and yeah, I think you're right about he wants someone to be able to rely on for delivery, and I'm sort of in that same boat
Yeah.
too. Whereas but I've only got one job that I know is fairly profitable, and I know I can do it by myself if the shit hits the fan, sort of thing. So I'm not that stressed about it.
Yeah.
It just if I had someone there to do it with me, it would mean that I get it done quicker, which means more time to work on the business rather than in it. But if there's not someone there, then it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah. I guess we can't put the horse before the cart, right? So,
Mm,
like, just because you hire somebody, say, or have some resource, doesn't mean that you'll start working on the business. Now, it sounds like it would, but the risk is that you bring somebody on and get some support, and then you're just going to be more worried about cash flow.
yes.
And
Yeah.
then you're going to go, fuck, we need to take those $65 an hour jobs. You go and do that. And then the person you take on does that. And then you charge them out at 65, but maybe you pay them 35. So you think, okay, well, I'm kind of winning here and I've got my time back. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? But
Mm,
you still got to go out there, and we don't want to be doing that anyway. So like
mm,
why double up on the methodology that we're already can, be pretty clear on that we don't want to do? So I
yeah.
think the beauty is, mate, you've got yourself to a really good position to like go and build the business. So if we look at it this way, right? Okay, here's your outgoings, but there's your cash.
Yeah.
Like if we then say, righto, you're taking, and we drop that back down to per week and just that's what you're
Yeah.
currently paying. Okay, what does this then look like? So here, like you could stop, for 2 months bringing in any income,
Right.
and you're about to run out of money when you do that in month 3. But if we say, right, well, then you bring in grand there, you actually still then get through,
Yeah.
and then you
For another
start
three
running out.
months.
You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
I guess what you could stop anything right now, and you'd have
Mm,
no cost there as well, and you could then go purely for the next 60 days on like, how do I build the business to be where I want it to be in the future?
okay.
And you've got the cash balance to allow you to do that.
Yeah.
Now, you basically don't end up running out of money. You start blitzing through the tax money, right? But you start to make it back. But you would
Yeah.
expect that if you did that, these months, that might be, then you might start getting into like baseline grand months, right?
Mm,
And yet, I don't know if you would have that level of cost, but let's just say you do, then again, like you don't run out of money. You don't even really come close to it. Well, I suppose there, but that's after 2 months of not bringing in any income.
yeah.
So yeah, your bank balance goes backwards, but I guess there's like what it shows you is you could still pay your tax bills. And like these are
Mm,
levers too, because you don't have to pay your provisional tax. You can always buy it back at a later date. I don't want to confuse you with that, because I don't think cash is tight enough to need to do that.
yeah.
But I guess, what I'm trying to show you here is that like the sooner you say no to these $65 hour jobs, like what you've done well is you've done them and you've put money aside and you've put excess money aside, and you can live off a week. It's not where you want to be,
Mm,
but you've brought yourself the opportunity to actually say no to them, and then go out and figure out what is the work that I want to do and how the hell are we going to get it in.
yeah.
So you can just about buy back your time by saying no to those. And yes, like you say, you might go backwards in the short term, but
Yeah.
I think that the outcome we're looking for here is like, you only really want to do that $65 an hour work if you're desperate. And I don't
Yeah.
think,
Totally. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think you're desperate.
Yeah, and so it's not like thanks heaps because I have now just seeing that and talking to you, it's like now I know I'm not desperate, but I
Mm,
thought I possibly was, but without you don't know what you don't know, I guess.
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because I have not done this cash flow thing and didn't know how it works. It's been a real boost to be able to see, hey, look, I'm not in as much financial strife as what I think
Yeah.
I might be. And well, at least giving me the confidence and like knowing that I'm not in strife rather than the uncertainty of not knowing.
Exactly. Yeah, mate. And so this is just the foundation, right? Then we get start to
Yeah.
getting into some sexy stuff of like, okay, well, like what do we want, and how are we going to do it, which we'll come to.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, just making a few notes to ensure that we get them down.
Yeah,
But
cool.
like I would say no to $65 an hour because you're right. Like you've already identified it. All that it does is it creates opportunity costs. So the $65 an hour actually costs you money
Oh,
because like
totally. Like, yeah,
yeah,
I get it. And I know that, but it's just bringing cash in the door, which you get just, I don't know, you know,
yeah,
like, yeah, because yeah, I don't know. I guess it's come through from also from starting off, and maybe it is when you start off and you've got no money, then maybe, and you've got no money to put in, then maybe that is okay. But now that I've got money in the bank and that, then I don't need to.
yeah, yep, exactly. Like the other thing to think about is that like this balance here, right? So that you owe the
Yeah.
ID in April next year, you
Mm,
can actually finance that. So you've got a whole nother year if you want to. You have to pay interest on it. So you
yeah.
could like if things were really tight and we can't go out there and win work, which I highly doubt,
Yeah.
you do have the option to go, I can't afford to pay that there. Bang, we don't. You still owe grand, but it becomes a loan. And then basically we add
Yeah.
it down
Okay.
here and over the next 12 months you pay, you know, and you
Yeah.
clear it in 6 months' time or whatever. So that and this is the beauty of like doing something like this is that
Yeah.
you get like you've got access to this knowledge. So like every one of these payments to the IRD is effectively a lever. Now I'm not saying deliberately get behind on your tax. I'm saying hang on, the rules allow us to turn our tax into a loan if we need to. Now it's not
Right.
always good advice for people, and a lot of people don't do it. But you think about it like in a growing business, sometimes it's a lever to pull. So think about a mortgage advisor. They might make a lot of
Yeah.
profit. They end up in that top tax bracket. They need to be paying like 20, 20, 40, 20.
Yeah.
And they go, you know what, actually, I want to buy a book of clients. There's a 30 grand block of a book of clients come up. I want to buy it. Go
Yeah.
out and buy it. Who cares? Go out and buy it. Let's finance the tax. Okay. They got to incur some interest. It's no different to borrowing from the bank. So there
Yeah.
are ways to turn your tax liabilities into a loan as such. So tuck that up your sleeve, but I don't think you need to do it.
No, I'd rather not. But look,
Yeah. Yeah.
having the confidence to know that it's possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that cash, like the key thing here should be you've done all the hard work, like you've busted your ass for the last year. You've got your
Mm,
it'd be like this will be a very different conversation if there was no money in the bank account, right? And
yeah.
you were to say to me, oh well, mate, like actually we drew all the cash out and we've spent it and we've put it on a boat. I'll be like, well, fuck, mate, actually we're gonna have to suck it up and do some $65 an hour work, like until we can find some cooler shit. But
Mm,
it's like you've done the opposite. You've busted your ass and done the hard work to wean yourself off of the easy work. And then you're like, when's the right time to do it? When do I need the permission? And the permission is now. It's like, right, let's build what we actually want. So one of those things that I've got written down here is like you said before, when we started business, right, we're thinking, okay, we're in survival mode, but you need to start thinking about this business as if you're the business owner in 5 years' time. What would the
yeah.
Gordon in 5 years' time, be doing? They wouldn't be doing the $65 an hour work, right?
The fucking way.
Yeah, so we know already that ain't what we should be doing. And we
Yeah.
can use that framing when other shit comes up, over the next 90 days and beyond. It might be someone's, oh, come on, mate, like, can you give us a discount?
Yeah.
Would the Gordon in 5 years' time, like, would he give the discount or would he say, look, mate, I'd love to give you a discount, but if we did that for you, we've got to do it for everyone. We stand by our work. If you want to find someone that's going to half-ass it, go and have a chat to them.
Yeah.
Oh, no, appreciate that, mate. No, all good. We'll just pay the price. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, like that's a good theme and just a way for you to sort of keep resetting your mindset because I think you've already identified that you do sort of lean towards that imposter and whatnot. Like
Yeah.
you've got the data under the belt to suggest that people value what you do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So let's not, let
Thank you.
people take advantage. I assume you're already doing this, but with your GST returns, it'd be good to just
Yeah, I
move.
saw that the other day and on your one of your videos, and I thought that was awesome. I didn't realize you could actually do that.
Yeah,
So that was another thing that had sort of not necessarily hanging over my head, but like it's one of those, like yeah, and um, be keen to understand like, oh yeah, okay, move it from the tax account and have an own GST account.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
so I mean, like, move it from your OO account or whatever your transaction account is into the GST account, so your tax account, and then just
yeah,
pay your GST from there. So, like,
yeah. So what I've been doing, and this is, I guess, one of the reasons why coming and getting in touch with you, and it's sorted it a lot out already, is that I've been doing a third of every invoice into that tax account,
Okay. Yeah.
which is, I guess, essentially why I've built up a bit of money there. But
Yeah.
I haven't been able to do it as consistently as what I had at the start because, well, for whatever, like I had 3 bad months over, or 3 leaner months over December to March, or 4 leaner months. So kind of ate into it. And then I was like, fuck, I don't really actually know where I'm at. Like, I've
Yeah.
got no fucking idea.
Yeah.
I know that, like, my accountant's saying, no, 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 you can take grand out and you'll be okay. And I'm like, "Oh, fucking, can I? Like, how?"
Yeah.
So, and then it came back to your thing, and on one of them you said, "Oh, look, your accountant's really just doing your end of year," and that's what I feel like with them. No disrespect to them, they do their job, but they're doing the end of year accounts, and that's probably about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
pretty he's pretty free and open with his advice when I ask him for it, but he's not coming to me and saying, "Hey, this is what you should. I've looked at your accounts. You're in trouble, or you're not in trouble. Or you're doing real well, or whatever."
Yeah. And most accountants won't do that because they're too busy doing the compliance. And
Yeah, I
that's
get it.
that's no knock on them.
Yeah.
Like we're much
No,
the
no, no,
same.
no.
Sometimes our clients will say the same thing. Like they don't have the time to be going through and kind of, but when you're paying for service like this, then you expect to get those answers.
Yeah, and that's what I think is great. Look, I mean, I think the first part of it's paid for itself already.
Yeah, good man.
So
Um,
yeah,
So I guess then on this forecast, just so that we're a bit more like accurate
yeah.
with it, do you know over the next 90 days with the work that you currently have thought about doing, do you know what you will collect?
Um,
Like, is it a
90,
20,
July, September.
30,000?
I
Yeah.
should get pretty close to, well, grand over the next 90 days on one job. So I'd like to think that grand a month or grand a month is fairly accurate.
And are you doing any now stuff over this next 90?
Well,
You,
now I'm not, no.
yeah, okay, so you could have if you wanted to, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I guess um with my mate that wants to do the profit share, um his jobs would sort of start August, September. Mine's gonna start in August for 50, which will be 50 grand. I'll be done at end of September sort of thing, or start of October. But there sort of always seems to be work out there for $65 an hour if I get desperate and need to take it sort of thing.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
But now I'm in the position where, well, no,
Yeah. Yeah.
now I've got a bit more confidence. I want to start drilling in and working out how I'm going to get some stuff that I find enjoyable that is going to give me some more money and less headaches.
So just on that, so over the next 3 months, like will you have cost of sales of around, so to generate that grand of income, like do you have costs to you?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, the materials for the job. And I guess so if we just take the grand, I've already invoiced some of it, but at profit. So
When you say profit, what do you mean? Do you mean that of that you're going to get grand profit? So
that's
it'll cost you grand of cost of sales to do it.
yeah, including, or it'll cost me ish, including labor at bucks an hour, which is sort of what I've been calculating my labor cost as.
So it's just to keep it simple for me. If you invoiced grand worth of work, you would then say, well, included in that would be grand worth of costs, like sorry, materials.
Yeah, hold on. I should look at one of my, yeah, I'd be looking at like grand out of that would be potential gross profit out of the job.
So that's after you putting
But
in a.
that's including some labor in there so materials and labor for
But that's
say the hours to do the job at $65 an hour. So depending on what way we look at it,
so is
yeah.
that for 100 grand job?
No, for a 50.
Okay, so let's go. Yeah, so for a 50, so for 50K job, you've got materials of how much?
Yeah, labor. So labor costs on there of about, and material costs of about,
So your profit margin on it as such is around, because That's the labor plus the material. So that's the sales minus the materials, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But you create such a large opportunity cost by chewing up 123 divided by 40. You know, there's three weeks of work, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
3 to 4 weeks worth of work that if I'm doing it myself, you're right. There's there's no time for anything else.
Yeah. The real risk with that as well, mate, is that like if you think about it, if you've got to go and buy grand worth of materials
Mm.
to make it creates a cash flow lag too, because I'd imagine you have to go pay for them up front.
Yeah, so I get no, it's pretty good because I with my electrical wholesalers and that I'll get 20 days from the end of so I'm billing monthly and I'm paying monthly at the end
Gotcha.
of the month. So there might be a little bit of cash flow problems for a couple of days, but
Yep.
generally I've captured the cost and I'll because I like to pay the wholesalers bang on the 20th of the month, and sometimes I don't get paid till the 25th or something like that. So yeah, there's a bit of a cash flow difference
Gotcha.
there, but
Well, the real risk is that one day one of those people don't pay you, and you've paid for grand worth of materials, which you've got to pay for, and you've chewed up 3 weeks of work, and then
yes,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
they don't pay you, and you're
yeah,
in the hole for K, and you're risking it to make basically dollars. So each time you
yes,
take on one of those jobs with that level of material,
yeah,
the risk is that one day one of them doesn't pay, and it's going to wipe out a shitload of profit for you.
yeah,
Hopefully that doesn't happen, but trust me, been doing this for
yeah, yeah.
a
So
while,
gotta happen it.
over a decade, and I see one a year where someone goes, "Fuck, that developer didn't
Yeah,
pay us. That company's gone
yeah,
under. Shit, we haven't been paid." And
yeah,
I think the overarching piece, mate, is that like there's profit in this, and you could probably quite comfortably just carry on and do this. But I think you know that it's not what you want to do, and it's not. There's got to be more profitable work out there.
yeah. So like that stuff is cool because like it's a small team that I work with. I'm not like super worried about the contractor not paying me because it's my father-in-law and
Yep,
but it is at the back of my mind and more at the back of my mind in terms of well if he falls over or decides to wind it up or doesn't get the next job or whatever then that's a, I understand that it's too much of my current workflow to easily replace that
yep,
so like he's sort of if I do yeah well it's grand a job and there's sort of all grand a job but then there's potential also after it to do follow on work for the people that he sells these developments to sort of thing so I
I
get my
see.
name all over the switchboards and stuff like that to try and generate some after sale stuff which I or some after contract stuff which I can do at a higher rate.
Yeah. Well, I guess the other way to look at that is that you end up with a plus that, so that's bucks worth of profit, right? And it takes you roughly 123 hours.
Yeah,
So that is a hourly rate of around.
right.
So that yeah, that's pretty good, right? If you could do that all year round and you did 2,080 hours of that somehow, if that's even possible,
Yeah,
you'd be looking at,
yeah,
which is yeah, it is profit.
yeah, totally. Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's like, is that realistic? Can that be done? What's the risk of that? Seems like it's low risk, but again, that's
Well,
another avenue for you to do. Maybe you just if that's possible.
yeah, I guess no, because he's not because he's got a smaller team. They're physically only able to do, let's say, maximum of 4 sheds a year. They're only doing two this year,
Yeah,
three at a push sort of thing. So that's why, and it's intense work for 3 weeks.
yeah,
There's a little bit at the start, and but sort of once I get into it, it's great because it's 3 weeks solid work and then that's it for another 6 months sort of thing. So it's then filling in the 6 months in between those with some diversification and some other stuff that fills up the cup. Um,
yeah,
so yeah, like the tutoring I love, but it's at the moment it's on at night, and it's 2 nights a week, and it just kills family life, and I don't, I don't see it as a long-term thing being 2 nights a week, but would be keen to explore doing it somehow during the day. I've sort of gone and for the current guys that I contract to, I've been pestering them about saying, hey, look, what have you got that I can do that's not coming to work for you full time? That, and I don't really care what it is, but during the day. So I've hit them up, and I've hit another company up that do the same thing. The other company's they're both pretty keen to get me on. It's just getting a start.
But
And
these people giving you a start. What sort of work is that? Is it like what? And so
so
what sort of
it's
profit?
tutoring as
More,
well.
more,
So
more tutoring.
yeah,
What do you
yeah.
get paid for the tutoring?
Well, at the moment it's bucks a night for a 3 hour. It's meant to be a 3 hour session, but they never last that long.
Okay. So you're gone from home for
Yeah,
3 hours?
yeah, I'm away from home for 3 hours, so like I've got to take that. And
Do you invoice it
I'm
from the
thinking,
company?
yes, yep,
And is that including GST?
excluding.
Excluding. Okay.
So it's sort of bucks an hour if we say it's 3 hours, which is there's no, apart from my time, there's no costs in it.
Yeah. So why do you do it? And why are you asking for more of it?
So I do it because I enjoy it. I love I get as much out of it. I think like you teach it, you know it better.
Yeah.
And so I enjoy that part of it. I enjoy like working with the apprentices who actually want to be there and 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 learn something. I guess the same for you, like if someone turns up and is real keen and wants to go, and you can see them benefiting from what you're giving them, it gives you a good sense of achievement.
Yeah.
And feeling as though I feel as though I'm providing back to a community that's done it, that I've got so much out of, sort of thing.
Yeah. Nice.
And then, so I've asked them if there's any like sort of day work I can contract to them to. I don't know. I haven't got to the part of what the actual financial side of it would look like, but I'm just trying to get them to say, hey, yeah, we can. And I've gone to another company as well and said, look, you do training. I'm in Christchurch. You're based in Auckland. Can I do your training in the South Island, sort of thing?
I see.
Um,
Yeah.
so they've pretty sort of said yes, but I haven't got anything from them. They're in the process of getting their business started. So it's not a going to happen tomorrow type thing. But yeah.
And who funds these organizations?
So the one that I'm currently working with at the moment is ETCO, and they are an apprenticeship based training trust.
Okay.
So they are kind of like a labor hire company for apprentices, but they also do the training of the apprentices and put the apprentices through the required bookwork to get an electrical qualification. So for a company, for an electrical company, once you've got an account with ETCO, you can ring up and say, hey, I need an apprentice electrician to start on this date for X amount of months. And all you're paying is a hourly rate for them, so to speak. The other one that I've approached that's probably more favorable is a offshoot of Master Electricians, which is the Contractors Association of New Zealand. So every electrical contractor pays a subscription to them if they want to be in the Master Electricians. They've started a training company because there's a gap in the training after you finish your apprenticeship. There's no like real, okay, if you want to learn about a specialist area, you're left to your own devices,
Yeah.
and it can be, they're trying to tighten it up. The electrical industry is trying to say, okay, well, no, you can't go and do, like it used to be, you're an electrician, you can go and do any electrical work you want to some extent. But they're trying to tighten that up to say, okay, no, you need to actually have training and prove that you're competent in certain areas if you want to work in certain high risk areas.
Okay.
So they're starting to offer some training, and I've gone to them. The training that they offer will be a pay per course type subscription, I guess, or cost. So an electrical company will ring them up and say, I've got 8 guys that I want to get trained in this area. What's the cost?
Gotcha.
for a day's worth of training sort of thing. So, yeah.
Okay. So could you achieve what you get out of tutoring in another way?
Yeah, like I guess I could do private tutoring for apprentices that want help.
What about hiring an apprentice?
Yeah, yeah,
Would that give you the same? Because it feels like the tutoring is a way for you to give back and it's important to you and it's fulfilling.
yeah.
Are you going to be able to do it in 5 years' time? Or would you do more of it in 5 years' time?
Yes, but not at night.
Okay.
So yes, I'd go in and train apprentices during the day, but the nighttime is just it doesn't work.
Okay. So should we pull the band-aid off and stop the night stuff like straight away? Or do
I'd
you
love
need
to. I've probably committed to another. I haven't given them enough time to say that I can't do it now,
Yeah.
but at Christmas time was my sort of thing to at least step away for one night and
Yeah.
do one night a week.
So you've got the rest of the year you're probably committed.
Yeah, I am committed to doing the 2 nights. I can take a night off here and there and just say them. But
Yeah.
yeah. And to go back to your previous question, yes, if I had an apprentice, it would probably fulfill some of that desire or fulfillment. I don't know, what do you
Yeah.
know, like satisfaction, I guess. But then I've got another mouth to feed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay, so another question.
mm,
If you were flat stick doing like over this last 12 months and even for the next 12 months, if you were flat stick doing the work that you want to be doing, being
yeah,
valued for your time,
yeah.
popping off the proposals and them being accepted and
Mm.
you being like right in it and not doing any $65 an hour work, would you need to or would you want to do any tutoring?
I'd like to think I'd want to, but I wouldn't need to.
So why do we need to at the moment?
Again, it's the same reason why I'm doing bucks an hour.
Because so it is about the money.
Oh, totally, because it's grand a year that I know that's coming in. Like,
Yeah.
yes, it's about the money, but the 65 bucks an hour when I'm contracting, I don't enjoy that work.
Yeah.
The difference with the tutoring is that I actually enjoy it and I like the fulfillment of, like
I get it. I get it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I see this all the time, and there's a method to my questioning, and I'll come back
yeah,
to it. But if we just step
no,
this out, yep, you said it's a year that we know is coming in, right?
yeah.
But it's 6 hours a week that you're away from your family and that you can't be doing something else. That's 312 hours a year. And you might say, oh, it's not every single week. Okay, that's all good. Let's just go divided by 300 hours an hour. Are you or are you not more valuable than an hour to your
Oh,
family?
fucking right, I'm way more valuable than bucks an hour.
There we go. And is worth it if your family say, fuck, mate, we don't see you Tuesdays and Thursday nights? It's kind of getting a little bit old for us, to be honest, Gordon.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it.
Good man. I know I've been a little bit harsh.
No, no, I fucking love it. It's
Yeah,
good.
I can tell. I mean,
Someone,
yeah,
like it's, Claire's already told me, so
yeah.
it's not something I don't know, but like
Mm.
it's nice to hear things from people that don't know you and are looking at things from a different perspective.
Yeah, and like part of this, mate, we see it a bit where people will be doing, I'm on this committee or I'm on this board, and then we start unpacking it all, and it's like the only really reason that they're doing it is because they're not backing themselves to find the money elsewhere. But then we say
Yeah,
things like, oh, it's like it's giving back and whatnot, which I'm all about, and I do a shit ton of that myself. So I'm not saying don't do it because I'd be
yeah,
contradicting myself, but we're actually searching for fulfillment outside of our work. And so then we validate it as well because we haven't addressed the actual issue or the
yeah,
underlying piece, which is my work and the type of work I'm doing isn't fulfilling me. And instead of doing something about that, we go and then bolt something else on that is, which then sort of makes it, oh, well, at least I've got tutoring to look forward to tonight, or at least I've got the committee thing and that's my good deed. And so
yeah,
often what I find with clients is that when we remove this and we sort the business side of it out, there's less of a need to want to do that stuff because you're like, well, actually, like I'm adding so much value in the world with the work that I'm doing anyway.
Yeah.
I don't really need the fulfillment of that I thought I once did.
Mm.
Or like you go, like, you know what, let's do that, but let's do it in 2 or 3 years' time when we've got a bit more to give. And you might volunteer, or you might, you know, yeah, you might do it once a quarter, or you might be able to do it every week. And you go, fuck, I've got 2 apprentices now, or 2 good staff, and we're making good coin, and that frees you up to go and do more of it. And it's almost like you've got to be a little bit selfish over this next
Yes.
next period to go, you know what, you don't need to be everything to everyone, and you don't need to, you know, do all this like giving back and whatnot. Like no one's saying like you have to do it, right? Like you've decided to do it, and I love it. Like I love giving back, and I
Yeah.
think it is really valuable. But at the moment, you're sort of you're not really in a position to do that, because again, it's 300 hours where A, we're away from family, but B, in those 300 hours, you could be working on the business. And that
Yeah.
could then lead you to more profitable work, which then allows you to then in the future be able to do the tutoring on steroids, or hire one of these kids that doesn't have a job, and you go, shit, actually, I've got a job for you. You know,
Yeah.
that's just as rewarding and just as fulfilling and just as noble, right?
Yeah. Totally.
So I'm not saying like completely scrap it, but I think again, it's like you've got to I'm trying to help you see you got to start seeing there's only so much of you, and the decisions that you make going forward, you need to be looking at them from a different lens, right?
Yeah, and thanks, because like I guess that's probably one of the things I needed to get out of you, is to get away from, I've had 40 years of and probably looking at it, it all comes down to 40 years of you work, you do an hour, you get paid for an hour.
Yeah,
And yeah, like getting out of that and getting into being a business owner and making those decisions and looking at it completely differently is where I need and what I need from you, as much as as everything else. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, good man. Okay, so if we then think about ideal customers, you'd said commercial property managers, design and build firms, high-end boat owners, individuals or businesses seeking electrical training or mentoring, residential clients who trust and refer.
Yeah.
Who of those are going to be the most profitable, and also the more fulfilling? The boat builders, one?
Yeah. And probably like design and build and commercial property managers. Again, I want to be like, like you and Phil talk about it. You call up an electrician, and if they don't answer the phone, you might not, like you leave them a message and you won't hear from them for a week, sort of thing. And I don't want to be that guy. I want to be on the end of a line,
Yeah,
and answering and reliable, and then working for people that understand, like yourself, the quality of what you're providing, and the cost justifies itself. Does it make sense?
yep, yeah,
So like I did a job for and it was a residential job, but the guy said to me, "Oh, look, I just love the amount of detail you've put into it." And I haven't really done that much, but yeah, thanks.
yeah,
It's just what I usually do. But and that um he appreciated that I'd spaced everything out right, and my work was neat and tidy, and I turned up when I said I was going to turn up, and all that. Like nothing's a problem. I want to be a guy that just solves problems for people, and just because yes, electrical problems, but then I don't know, a property manager rings me up and says, "Hey, look, I'm having issues with the water. Can
yeah,
you what's your recommendations? Who should I go and see?" Sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. So if they do that though, is there a risk that that stuff becomes quite time consuming and it's not that, well margined, or do you think it is?
Yeah, I guess now that you've said it, possibly thinking about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, yeah. And I guess it's working out those things as well.
yeah,
Like, I've done a whole bunch of jobs, but which ones are actually profitable and worth me pursuing,
yeah.
apart from me having a gut feeling?
Good question. Yeah. And that might be an exercise for you to do, and just do it at a spot check level. So
Yeah.
at costing. So as an example, if we go and have a look at your revenue for the 2025 financial year. And if we shape this by, okay, like what were the biggest invoices and therefore the jobs that you did, like why not go back and do a little bit of back costing? So back costing is, okay, this was the
Yeah.
job. Let's go and
Yeah.
see what did we actually make out of it? Like how many hours did you really put into it? What other expenses were there?
Yeah.
What were your materials, etc. And then we know what your true profitability was for it.
Hmm.
And like if you think about it, I mean, these may be some of the same invoices, but if they're then 80/20 it, all of this, like all of these things on here, look, you got like $3, all of this takes admin, right?
Yes.
So you got, $3 line items and stuff like that. I mean, it's probably pushing over from, is it Fergus that you use?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
But
that's why that's like that, and it's yeah.
yeah,
So I mean, Fergus will give me a better idea probably of that, but yeah.
yeah. So is that a one-off you paid for the equipment and then you pass it on to them, so kind of in and out.
Yeah, that's that'd be for materials and labor.
Okay. So is that your father-in-law, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So that's an outlier, but if we sort of ignore that, then the rest of these jobs are probably around that. Oh, here we go. They're actually, yeah, 10, 9. Oh, yeah, what have you done here? So, oh, I see. So these invoices are massive, aren't they? Commercial discount. Did they ask for a discount?
Yeah, that's the beauty of working for your buddy father-in-law.
Oh,
He did on that one, and then it stopped. Um,
yeah.
and uh, so he'd had pricing from others that he was hell bent on matching. So it was a bit of a trial and error,
Yeah.
a trial and to make sure that if he's going to keep going down that way, then is there actually money in it and a bit of a risk? But even with that, there's still money in it. And then he didn't ask for it on this next one, so I didn't give it to him.
Okay. So if you didn't, yeah. So if you didn't, like if all of a sudden he said, "Oh, look, we don't need you to be doing anything for us,"
Yeah.
like what would that would crush you like where would your work come from? What would you do? What would you be forced to do?
I guess short term, okay, so now I know that I can work for 2 months without and have nothing come in, then I would be taking a serious sit down and saying, I need to work out where I'm going to get money for the next month,
Yeah.
um, and really focus on that, which is, I think, not probably going to take a month off and do it, but now I'm going to go away and take some days to sit at home and start sorting this shit out because I know that, like you say, if he drops off, and of course, like he's in the same market that we're in, so there's not a whole lot of people. The investment boost hasn't kicked in for
Nah.
commercial property buyers at the moment. So, like, and I know that relying on him for, let's say, at the moment, half of my work, well, half of my income basically a year is not sustainable because if he does, then I'm fucked.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find something, right?
Yeah, so that's like coming away from this is it will be, I think, at least setting aside one, if not 2 days a week. We're saying, okay, I'm not working in the business today. I'm working on the business, and let's start getting some real decent leads about where this is going.
Okay. So what do you think? So if we're going to work on the business, because I think business development is going to be your biggest area of focus, because we're going to keep an eye on the numbers, but we sort of know loosely that area is sorted, and cash wise, we know we've got a bit of a buffer
Yes.
there, which is good. We've got
Yeah.
some back costing and some things to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be your stumbling block when it comes to like, right, you're sitting there, you've got no work on the tools to do for a day. What are you actually going to do?
So I've talked to someone already about advertising,
Yeah.
um, and what I need to do to get advertising sorted so that people know that I'm there.
Yeah.
Um,
But
I'm
who
going to
who
do
who who needs to know that you're there?
the boat owners, the building developers, the people that see my truck, or I need to get some sign writing, but the people that see me or I introduce myself and I give them a card. I've got some pretty good looking cards.
Yeah.
Um, but those sorts of people, okay, well, I've got no online presence. and I think that's probably fairly important.
Yeah.
And then getting myself out there and talking to people and going and making appointments to talk with commercial property people, or go and talk to the port and find out what I need to do to work over there, like those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Biggest stumbling block for me, I think, will be even though we have just proved it, will be not seeing money coming in,
Yeah.
and getting nervous about it and wanting to change it quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be and being brutally honest, like breaking that feeling as though I need a weekly paycheck to survive.
Okay. Well, we
Um,
know that you can still pay yourself. That's yeah. If we go to this, so
yeah,
you're gonna keep like yeah. There's a couple ways
no money.
we can attack this. Like you still need to pay yourself. That's fine. So
Yeah,
it's what rate do you pay? Maybe we move to a week to start with if you're going to back off, and do a couple of extra days out of the business where you're not generating the income because we've
yeah. Well, I think at least a day is probably, without jumping and biting off too much, maybe, that I can chew. I don't know.
yeah,
What are your thoughts? Like you said, what am I actually going
yeah,
to do? And I want to make that as productive and thing as possible.
yeah, yeah. I would because like if you think about it, right, your
Yeah,
mind went to marketing and we've got to get people to know that you exist and whatnot. So that's the
yeah,
right path. But I think if we go down the path of like digital marketing, website, Facebook, social media, and that,
yeah,
I think we'll just build a longer path before that actually starts returning something. You're going to have a
right,
freak out of like, fuck, I've spent money doing that, I've put time
yeah,
into that, and nothing's happened. I
yeah,
think what we need to do is go old school and
yeah,
basically be like, right, commercial property managers, how do we build a list of who these people are in the region?
yeah.
That's not hard, you know?
Okay.
You think if you gave yourself 8 hours in a day and you sat down and you're like, right, I'm working on the business today, we want to figure out, okay, who's every commercial property manager? And we don't need to do anything yet, but just figure out, okay, who are they? How do we figure out a list? There must be a way we can Google it,
Yeah.
social media, we can build a list. So we start making a list. Same with the design and build firms, same with the boat builders.
Hmm.
Now, I think commercial property managers will be your last one, will be my hunch.
Yeah, I've called, and like this is, I can just hear you telling me off already for it. I've called one.
Yeah. And how'd that go?
Yeah, kind of what I expected. Uh, because I called Bailey's, who are probably one of the bigger commercial firms in town, and they're like, well, nah. He was real good on the phone, and I learned a lot from it. He just said, well, you're not big enough for me. You can't service what I need you to service. So
Yeah.
sorry, it's not, thanks for trying, but if you're one or two people, I've got X amount of properties that I need to be able to ring you up and say, I need you here now. And I know that you can't do that. And I'm like, okay, perfect. You've
Yeah.
given me what I need to know for you. So I need to, if I'm going to go down that, well, I need to start little, and that means starting with the smaller commercial property managers and going there, if that's the route that I'm going to go down.
So there was a good answer in there, though, right? That he gave you. And he basically told you what he values. He said, I need you there right now. So it's also a danger because if you do go down the commercial property manager route, the thing that they value is speed, right?
Yeah,
And if you tie yourself up with doing a boat build or something, sorry, mate, they're going to go, fuck, we can't use that guy. He's not available. So then your brain's going to go, oh, we need to hire someone so that I am available for that. So that's why I say,
yeah,
I think commercial property managers
yeah,
build the list, but I think they're not the path out of this. Or you got to commit to it and be like, I'm your guy. I'll drop everything. I'll go there right now. Like I'll make myself available, and then eventually you'll tap yourself out, and you end up hiring or whatever, and you specialize in that space.
yeah,
But I think you kind of know what business looks like if you target that area.
right,
Maybe you do a blend of it and you do some of it, and you have maybe a client in that space. But I think if you go down that path,
yeah,
you'll just be looking at your phone all day waiting for it to ring for them to go, need you right now, something's happened, whatever,
Yeah.
not the gutter, but
Okay.
you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So you need to be, yeah, like you got to think about what do these people want, and they're probably going to want trust and speed. And he sort of
Yeah.
said that on the phone. You're not big enough for me to trust that I can basically ring you and go, shit's hit the fan, fix
Yeah.
it. And I've got an older client or previous client. They sold their business, but they were in this commercial building space, and that's
Yeah.
exactly how they were valuable. Like they would be, like they would have to be, ready to roll. Hey, this has happened. We need you on site. Come and fix it. And they would then do regular routine maintenance. They would just have presence on the sites of these big factories and whatnot.
Yeah.
And that, oh mate, whilst you're here, can you do this?
Yeah.
So again, goes back to marketing principles because they were visible. They ended up making more money, but
Yeah.
they secured those sites and became like the guy. Great business to sell as well because you can say, right, we've got relationships with this factory, that one, etc.
Yeah.
Not saying you've got to go down that route, but you've got to think about, okay, if I do, like, you've got to be a bit deliberate about this because we're trying to build the business over the next 5 years, right? And next year, we're not
Yes.
just like, hey, who's got some work for us?
Yeah.
And
I,
then this, yeah, you go.
oh, sorry. I guess that commercial property thing comes back to when I was doing my apprenticeship and I worked for a guy in Wellington that had 30 buildings that he had the regular maintenance on.
Yeah,
So he would go once a month into these buildings, and they're high-rise buildings in town, and he used to wear short shorts and shave his legs, and all the receptionists would love him, and therefore he would get the work
yeah,
afterwards. And like it sounds real stupid, but like
yeah,
that was his thing, was that okay, well, let's get in with these guys and we'll do a monthly routine maintenance. I'll show my legs off, and they'll remember me. I'll talk to the reception, like I'll take extra time to do it. I'll talk to the people there. I'll talk to receptionists. They know I'm an electrician. Next time I'm there, I'll get all this bolt-on work that's not part of the contract that I'm collecting on, sort of thing. And so that's where that came from, and the idea I had of that was to replicate that to some extent. But I understand that now from what you're saying is that I might be creating a rod for my own back, sort of thing.
yeah. Yeah, well, like I say, not to say that it can't work and it's not something to target, and maybe you have a blend of it. It's definitely someone's going to be spending in that space.
Yeah.
So, yep, like, definitely, build the list, but just be mindful of like what it is that you will end up creating if you go further down that path.
Yes.
The boat build stuff you say you enjoy, so like that, that for me, that just feels like you're good at it. You're going to then value yourself. Did it
Mm.
have good margin? I guess you got to do some back costing in that space to see.
Yeah, like off the top of my head, yes, because I can charge bucks an hour and put on the materials, and also if I'm going to Picton, people don't care about splitting the travel costs. If I'm doing, or if I'm going out there for a big job, then the travel costs are just part of the job. And because there's no one available up there, they don't really have much option. But it doesn't, like they haven't blinked an eyelid. So I'm going from more at plus an hour, and then plus materials on top of that. On the materials, there's some pretty good margin plus the travel and that. So yeah, and the way it was said to me is like these guys have got million, well, your boat's 500 to 5 million, sort of thing. If they've got that kind of money to spend on a boat and have it sitting in the harbour for 11 months of the year and pay power and insurance and all that sort of shit on that boat, they want to keep it maintained. So they've got the money there to do that.
Exactly, mate. And that's I think the nugget is like they're a different class of people, right?
Yeah.
And even like if you think about it, like you say, if they're willing to spend money on all of that stuff, then of course they're then going to be willing to spend money on the maintenance. Just like when people buy a property, right? They've spent $1 million on it, then
Yeah.
to have the landscaping done doesn't actually sound that expensive.
Mm.
Seriously, like have many people saved grand in their life? Probably not. Like it is actually still a lot of money, but for they're like, oh, it's grand with the landscape. It's not actually that bad, especially if we can put it on a mortgage or whatnot. But
Yeah.
that's then how people are going to price stuff. So if you've never had any pushback in that boat space, there's probably
No.
some data for you there too that it's too cheap. You got to think, um, there are bookkeepers charging an hour. There are, untold tradies charging more than their an hour. So,
Yeah.
to everyday people as well to come around and fix a blind or something. So maybe again, it just comes back to like, because you're not pushing your offers into the market, you can't really test your pricing. So then you're
Yes.
believing that you're not as valuable as what potentially you are.
Yeah.
And the only way that we know that is when people start saying no, right? And that's to
Yeah.
them. It doesn't mean, and if you're getting yeses from other people, it means you are that valuable. It just
Yeah.
means that not to that person because you haven't articulated well enough, or they've got another option, or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
I think because you're coming from a place of like, I need this income, and we're getting out of that hustle mode of that first year, the risk is that you then still end up undercharging. And
Yes.
you know, yeah, you might want to. I mean, you could probably go around and figure out what other people are charging in the region, right, to give you some more confidence about shit. Like, look what these people are charging for
Mm.
different types of work. But I think that boat space is probably quite nichey, and I think if you can get into it, it's
Yeah.
probably going to be, millions of dollars worth of work in that space.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Totally.
and and that might be that's the sort of thing that somebody doesn't go and have a crack at, so you compete with less people, because the default for most people would be, oh, I'm going to post into the Facebook group and be a generalist and just solve anybody's problems if they've got them. Hey, does
Mm.
anybody have any work for me? Yeah, I could do that. Yep, great. And that'll be their way out. But if you can go and establish yourself in that space,
Yeah.
and it takes you a couple of years, well, who cares? Like,
Yeah.
other people aren't going to do it. And if they value what you do, and you win it. Like, we've got a client who's sort of in that industry,
Yeah.
and once you do good work for the boat owner, they ring you again, because are you going to
Yeah.
trust? Are you going to
Yeah.
trust another random person? Like on your $2 million boat, on your $400,000
Yeah.
boat, whatever. Probably rather stick to the person that didn't break it, damage it. Stick with the person who did what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
would start with back costing to start with, see how profitable some of that work has actually been,
Yeah.
and then I would start, how am I going to infiltrate that space? Who can I speak to?
Yeah.
And I think the other thing you need to work on before you go and reach out to any of these people
Mm-hmm.
is a bit of a written script, or like your proposition to them. And
Yes.
because I think, you're, like you're saying, your pre-work, you're naturally like shy and introverted,
Yeah.
you run the risk that you then don't come across like that confident, and that feeds more into your like, oh, I'll just charge less to get the job, or I won't back myself to say an hour, or whatever you end up, charging things at.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
the more confident you can be with that, then it's not just ringing someone on a whim and like, okay, let's see how we go here. It's like you've got some notes in front of you, right? Like,
Yeah.
hi, Gordon here from Socket. We work with a lot of boat owners, etc. Whatever it is, and just
Mm-hmm.
just wanted to put myself in front of you in case there was ever any maintenance you needed done, or whatever. You write something so you've got it, so that you're not, I've got references from other boat owners or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not. It's not going to be as scary because you're basically like ringing up. You already sort of know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
I can come and meet with you. I can, but whatever. And
Yeah.
that's how we bridge the gap from, this is very scary and fuck, I have to ring this random person and try and sell them something, to, okay, no, I know what I'm ringing for. And when sales people cold call people, they don't just randomly ring a number and go like, okay, let's
Yes.
just see if they answer and have a chat. And they're like, bang, this is who I am from where, and I need some of your time to tell you about this and how it's going to help you in your life.
Yeah.
And if you can kind of do that, then I think your belief will be, oh, that I'm shy and whatnot, but you won't come across like that. So it doesn't matter if you're shy or introverted.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you ring with no plan,
Yes. Yeah.
you're gonna fucking struggle, and you're gonna live into your shy introvertedness, and you're gonna believe that too, and you're gonna think that, and then they're gonna
Yeah. And
subconsciously
it
pick up
feeds
on
on
it.
itself and
Yeah, yeah.
blah blah blah. Yeah.
So all you got to do is just do like a little bit of prep, right? What do you think they would need to hear? Okay, well, let's have that prepared. And
Yeah,
like again, spend some time like writing that down. And I think you'll
yeah,
come across as a lot more confident. You could even weave in there, look, I'm actually a tutor at et cetera, et cetera. The more that like you can live into your own validity and value, the more valuable you will be. So just like me, if someone says, shit, man, it's 7 grand to do this over 3 months, like that seems expensive. I'm like, well, the first time I heard that, I was like, oh, okay. And I would try to explain to them why it is. But now I'm sort of like, well, heaps of other people pay it and they say that it's really valuable. So actually you're like, that's a you thing, not a me thing.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, like, funny you said that because when you said to me, it was like I think I was talking to you about it, and you were like, you need to be fully committed. I don't really need the work.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's where I want to be. Like,
Nice.
because
Yeah.
like that's just it's like take it or leave it. Like you're confident in what you do. You know that if I hold up my end of the deal, the 7 grand's going to come back into my pocket. So it's kind of a selling point with about being confident and like you're saying to me, okay, well, see you later. If you're not committed, see you later.
Yeah, and I guess in the back end for me, like just on that, and I not to like use us as an example, but I tuck up my sleeve that I'm like, well, I've actually had people go through this. I've had Google reviews. They've told me it's changed their business. They've told me it's changed their life. Therefore, like I know that it's valuable. But I
Yeah,
always in the back of my head, I'm like, man, I can always refund someone if they said it was shit. And I just go, okay, sweet, I'll refund it. Because like
yeah,
I'm not gonna risk like all the hard work that I've done on someone who actually thinks like, and I, halfway through with one of them, I stopped charging them. I said, look, you guys actually need to build a website. That's what you need
yeah,
to do. And I gave you that answer at month one, and you're not going to do it. Like, stop working with me, go and spend the money doing that. And they were really appreciative, and they ended up going and doing that. And a
mm,
year on, they're like, man, it's been a game changer.
yeah,
Or I can like yeah, or I tuck up my sleeve. I'm like, if I can't get this business to where I think it's going to get to, well, I'm just going to keep working with them. Like the 90 days might end, but I'm like, well, fuck it, I'll just, like
yeah,
I'm just as committed. And I think that's the like that's an extension of the value that you know that you can provide. And not same for me, but it's the same for you. Like, and we forget that it's like they might
yeah,
challenge you on pricing, but you know that you act like on good values, you care,
yeah,
you quality. You're not going to risk your reputation. If it's not right, you'll go back and fix it. And we forget all of those things, and those things are
yeah,
actually pretty valuable too. And so you kind of forget that, like when you're trying to convince them that it's okay for them to pay that, that you're doing that because you know, well, that's tying me up and I can't do anything else in that time. And if
yeah.
you're not happy, I'm going to fix it. And if it turns out that you're an asshole, well, I'm probably going to give you some of the money back so that,
You go
we,
away.
yeah, you part on good. And like I've had many clients, mate, that are like working with someone that is just their ball ache of a client. I'm like, why don't we just give them their money back and say, you know what? Like, we got other shit we want to work on. Really sorry we haven't been able to get you the result. And I'm like, fuck, can we do that? I'm like, of course we can. And they
Yeah,
go and do it. And normally the customer is like, hey, because it's not a Kiwi thing to do, right? We're like, oh no,
yeah,
I've got to get it to the end and like let's battle for the money and shit. I'm like, fuck that, man. That's like a 2 grand unpaid invoice. Let's just say to them, look, we're going to write this off. We can't have anything to do with you in the future. Let's word it really nicely. And let's go win the next grand. And I think it's
yeah,
like,
totally. Yeah,
yeah,
because
gives you that power.
chasing that money or putting up with that client is costing you more than
Yeah.
you're going to get from keeping them.
So like if somebody does think that they can get it cheaper or whatever, well, like that's up to them to decide, and that's up to them to effectively accept that risk, right? Like even my
Yeah,
mum was having her like hedges trimmed or some shit the other day and was like, oh, the young guy's $30 an hour. I said, Mum, that dude's gonna go out of business. I said, don't count on him for doing that for too long because he's either not paying his taxes
yeah,
or he's gonna cut a corner eventually, or he's gonna have to increase his prices because he's gonna realize I can't build a business on $30 an hour. When you're
mm,
driving around in a van, you've got to pay for the equipment, you've got fuel and whatnot. I said, that kid, you might think you're helping him, but it's not going to end well. And
yeah,
anyway, she said to me the other day, he's back and he's charging 45 an hour. I think he's been listening to your podcast. And I said, okay, well, now he's probably getting closer to actually having something. But I'm like, he's not going to be able to hire. Like he's, he'll get to a next iteration as well. But I'm like, as long as he's doing good work for your mum, then happy days.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think like the lesson there as well is like just because you might be shy and introverted and sort of therefore tying your value to that, really value is in the eye of like, did Gordon do a good job? Did Socket do what they said they would? Did they communicate well? Did they leave, you know, shit everywhere? Did they
Yeah.
turn up late? Like all of those little things are the things that actually create value in any trade, right? Same
Yeah.
as my industry, like accountants. It's like, man, I can't get a hold of my accountant. Then they lose their value. Oh,
Yeah.
these dudes, like they respond within 24 hours. Like it's way more valuable, you know?
Yeah.
When really like all this is speed.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you're making mistakes as well, like, oh, they make mistakes. And so every time any business owner makes a mistake, we're like, shit, okay, we'll acknowledge it, communicate it, really sorry. What can we do to correct it? And that's how
Mm.
you maintain your value. It's not
Yeah.
like, oh shit, he's extroverted and they've got a great like Facebook presence or whatever. That means that they're really valuable or whatever. Yeah, that can create perceived value, but normally value is we'll do what we say and we will like make it right when we don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good man. Okay, so thinking through like what we need to focus on, right? So we've got the financial side, we've got business development, we've just sort of covered some of that. Like the hard thing for you, mate, with where you're at in business is like there's no silver bullets. Like sometimes I can, do these sessions and it's like, oh shit, there's these 6 little things that we can just tidy up. Let's take an
Yeah.
e-commerce business, right? Or a business that's already established
Yeah.
and they are like, shit, we are like we know we're good at what we do. We know it's profitable. We need more sales. And we start digging into it. It's like we don't have Google reviews. We don't have any Facebook ad tracking set up. We're not even running ads. We're not even picking our email database.
Yeah.
And there are like easy things that we can just bolt on straight away and be like, we need to do that, 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 and that. And over 6 months, the money just increases and the profit
Yeah.
drops out. You're still in that grind stage of like, you've got to get known. You've got to win some work. You've got to do it well. You've got to get some rough and tumbling. Yeah, you've got to test your pricing, and you've got to then like build the reputation. You're in that phase, and
Yeah.
there's like you've broken the back of the first year. The market will pay you. Now we're being deliberate about where we want the business to go, but we're still got to like build it. It doesn't just happen, and it can be slow,
Mhm.
and that's the frustrating bit. Is like shit, this won't
Yeah.
just happen quickly, and it's not like you'll pick up the phone to every design and build firm, boat builder, and those. Oh, mate, fucking beautiful. You're in touch, mate. Yeah, buddy, we've been waiting for you to. They'll be like, oh, mate, we're busy. We don't need you. But like slowly, it might come back around. And then in 12 months' time, you're back in touch with these guys. You've got recently with a client, I was saying, let's go back through and have a look at all the work we did over the last 12 months. And then let's go 24 months and let's figure out, shit, why were they doing that in that month? When was the last time we were in touch with them? We haven't spoken to them for 9 months. What the hell? Why not? They spent, grand with us. They
Yeah.
must still be in business. Let's ask them how they're going. What have they got on? What have they got coming up? Do they need us to help with anything? And then the snowball starts to get a bit easier because you start to systemize like the next wave of work.
Yeah.
But in that initial grind, it's like, right, we just got to get out there, get known, get a job underway, deliver it, and rinse and repeat.
Mhm.
But it's exciting because if you carry on down the path that you were on or are on, it's just basically like you get another year down the track.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to be. I don't want to be, which is another reason I came to you. I'm like, fuck, it's June now. I don't want to be having the same stress as what I had last January, or December, January, February, where I just don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And so just getting some direction and hey, like this is what we need to do. This is how I see you building some clients and I don't,
Yeah.
this is like you say, this is how I see you being able to shake a tree. Like, okay, and yeah, like you said, I'm not going to call 10 boat builders and get 10 yeses. It's all about consistency and numbers and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah. More outreach, more revenue. That'll be your answer, right? It's like a real estate agent. The more phone calls they make, the better the
Yeah.
deals, the more outreach, like they end up doing transactions. And that's what sets the successful ones aside from the like, oh, it's crazy. The market's really slow out there. But eventually you like as you go through the business journey, you don't have to do as much of it because the phone starts ringing back the other way, right? He solved our problem last time. He did what he said he was going to do. Let's get in touch with him.
Yeah.
Even, like I did a speaking gig, it might be a month ago, right? And I texted
Yep.
the dude after, said thanks for having me, etc. Great day. But after I left, I didn't hear
Yeah.
back. I'm like, man, that's weird. It's like he's a really like astute dude. So that's strange. I was like, there's a lingering feeling in my head, like, fuck, was it not? Like, was it not what he thought it was going to be? They paid the
Yeah.
invoice, I'm like, okay, well, that's good. But I'm
Yeah.
like, it's still nagging at me. I'm like, man, I want to walk out of those and be like, fuck yeah, but glad we booked that guy. I'm like, what is going on here? I'm like, the only way I can solve this is basically to get back in touch with him. So I texted him
Yeah.
this morning, and because I keep thinking about it, I'm like, it's just a waste of my brain
Yeah.
capacity. So I said, hey, just checking in to see how the rest of the day went. Hope you got good feedback. Question mark, and everyone had a good day. Thanks again for having me. Hey mate,
Yeah.
shit, just realized I didn't respond to your previous message. How rude. So like the brain is like, oh, I wonder if it wasn't good enough,
Yeah.
what's going on there. And he's like, great day overall, blah, blah, blah. Have recommended you to a couple of other businesses.
Yeah. Sick. Yeah.
Epic. Okay. So my brain is like, fuck, worry, fear, not good
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
Oh shit, mate, what's going on there? He's like gone and told two other business owners, you should
Mm.
book this guy. And so then I'm like, oh, epic. Okay. That is like now I've got the true data. And so,
Yeah.
and now it's like over the next 12 months, someone will probably get in touch and be like, hey, can you come speak at this? And I'll think, oh, yeah, epic. I've done that work. But really, he's done it for me, saying to them, keep this guy
Yeah.
on your radar. I'll probably pop up at some stage. And when it's their turn, then I become the guy. So, but again, like, that the more reps you do, the more the snowball rolls and it does eventually come back, but you still got to
Yeah.
go through the grind, right, of doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it's really undervalued in New Zealand of checking back in with people that you've done work with to find out how they're going, like,
Yeah.
and just like maintaining those relationships. You've probably heard us say on a podcast recently, but one of our clients in the landscaping space,
Yeah.
that's how they've maintained their business is basically just stopping in at each of their old jobs that they've done and like
Yeah.
physically going in there like, hey, are you happy with everything? How's it looking? Shit.
Yep.
Like, oh, and bang, it's turning into more revenue.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to go back to the start of my notes. So I had written down cash flow, which I think we've covered well.
Yeah.
Taxes we've covered well. The one thing on taxes that I didn't get to, but I will like help you with, if you
Yeah.
become more profitable, as
Yep.
long as I have access to Xero, I can kind of guide you on what your true tax liability would be, because as you become more profitable, that prof tax won't be enough, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So as we sort of touched on, doesn't mean that you need to pay it in advance, but at least you can kind of see what's yours and what's the IRDs. And as you become more
Yeah.
profitable, it's pretty valuable to do that.
So if let's say, more profitable and for real easy numbers, my prov tax, you say to me, oh, look, you've done so fucking well that, this is looking more like 10 grand
Yeah.
per three things. What's the benefit of me saying, okay, great, let's pay that instead of paying 5 grand, let's pay 10 grand? Does that just mean that then in the April or the February or whatever it is, the year after, my terminal tax is less?
Yes. Yeah. I'll give you a good example. So recently you've got a client, right? And he hasn't paid any
Yep.
provisional tax because he had a pretty tough last year. So he had terminal tax, paid a bit of that, but wasn't obligated to
Yep.
pay provisional tax. He'd cleared most of his profits with a PAYE salary as well. So getting a little bit complicated, but he'd sort of
Yep.
paid his salary to himself through the payroll system. That keeps your
Mm.
profit down. But he was more profitable. And I said to him, mate, like you need to put some money aside for tax because the money you're gonna have to pay this at some stage. We get to May. I said, mate,
Yep.
oh, sorry, we get to April. I said, in May, you're not obligated to make a payment, but when I do your accounts, I guarantee you're going to have a grand tax bill. And anyway, I do his accounts. I said, you could pay something if you want, but you're not obligated to. It'll just be terminal tax in April next year. So then I do the accounts and I'm like, right, mate, you do have grand worth of tax to pay. The IRD know now. Again, you're not obligated to pay it until April next year. But I said,
Mm.
I suggest you set up an automatic payment for a couple of grand a month going
Yep.
forward so that by the time we get to April, it's cleared, because I guarantee that you all hate letting go of grand cash in April next year. Because what happens is we end up paying for like you think about the mind, we're normally looking at money in the here and now, what's ours, what's not. When we
Yeah.
look at something and be like, I've got grand sitting there, but I'm going to hold on to that until April next year. As that date gets
Mm.
closer, you end up just being like, fuck, like I still wish that money was mine. And you like, so then when you
Yeah.
finally let go of it, it can, and sometimes what will happen is something will change in the business. We buy an asset, we have a short month, someone doesn't pay, and all of a sudden we can't pay that grand in April. And it becomes a like, oh, what are my options? And I'm
Okay.
not saying it happens for everybody,
Yeah.
but it's just good to understand the stuff, because the layer back before that is that you don't understand it. You do become more profitable. Your accountant does your accounts and they go, hey, Gordon, you've got another grand of tax to pay. And you go, what? I thought that you told me to pay five, five, and five. What do you mean? We've
Yeah.
just bloody pulled out grand to go to Bali with the family and we're having the trip of a lifetime. Oh,
Mm.
shit. You're now spending your tax money and you don't know because you're not being educated on it.
Mm. Mm.
But I
Okay.
think you're past that layer one, so you do understand it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that you're right. Like the only advantage is basically the fact that you then don't have to pay it in the future. But
Yeah.
most people, because of what we call the time value of money, people will be like, nah, leave it in your account, earn a bit of interest on it, maybe
Yes.
offset your mortgage, for instance, is what some people do
Yeah.
once the numbers start getting bigger. But to confuse you even more, once you start making a shit ton of money, around $200,000 of profit,
Yeah.
you start to trigger another set of tax rules, and that is that if your residual income tax bill is over $60,000, they basically expect that at May you are paying based on your profitability. They don't really give you until April the next year. They say, well, you weren't obligated to, but you should know better because you're a high income earner and therefore probably using an accountant, etc. You should have paid the correct amount by 7th of May because you would have all your data by then, but you
Yeah.
haven't. Therefore, we're going to charge you an interest cost on that. So,
Yeah.
good example, insurance advisor scaling up quickly, becomes more and more profitable. They end up going past, a $200,000 income. They've got over $60,000 worth of tax to pay. IRD basically expect that in May they clear their entire tax bill. If not, all right, well, we're going to start charging you interest because you should know better. So then he's got the use of that money if he doesn't give it to them. So they're trying to, take it from the taxpayer and decrease their risk that it doesn't get paid at some stage.
Okay.
There's some real tax 101, 201, and 301 for you.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing you said at the start, you were keen to understand Zero better. From the things that we have touched on today, has that been helpful? Is there anything you want to understand in Zero that we haven't looked
Uh,
at?
yeah, like, and I tried to get onto my accountant about it, but I think everything, again, I have no idea. I know roughly how Zero works, but I've been given no real tuition on it, and it like these things are great, but to me, am I coding things right? And like, how do I code things better? Because I've had so like for want of a better term, in that materials that you've just got on, there might be a like in those Telfers and Radcliffe and whatever, there's probably a set of some tools in there that's covered in that cost. But because it was a monthly bill, I've just paid it as a monthly bill and not split it out. And like, I want to be better. It comes down to knowing my money more. Like, how much am I putting into my truck and diesel each week? I know it's roughly 60 to $100 a week, but like, how I want to set that aside in Zero. So at the end of the year, I can say, okay, well, I've spent freaking 4 grand on diesel.
Yeah.
I've spent, I've
But what
brought,
if you had that data? So if you knew you spent 4 grand on diesel, like how would that help you? What would you have done differently if you did know that?
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
I just like, I don't know.
yeah, so I think you don't want to get too bogged down in the detail because, like, again, I
Right.
think that just comes from you know, the scarcity, the kind of I need this work, so then you're looking at the pennies. But I think if we start looking at the big stuff, who cares
Mm,
if you spent fucking 4,800 on diesel, or if you spent 5,200, like let's go make it back.
yeah. Okay. Yep.
You know
Yep.
what I mean? What's different though is if you're ignoring your materials becoming more expensive and you're not keeping an eye on it because you're too blasé.
Hmm.
That's an issue. So you take someone who's been in business for a bit longer and they get to the point where the staff can order materials from bloody, master electricians or bastard
Yeah.
plumbers, etc., whatever,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's like, oh shit, we haven't even like all the costs have gone up by 17% over the last 2 years, and we haven't even thought about that. That's pretty
Yeah.
extreme, but like not
Yeah.
not uncommon to see a business get to the end of a financial year and you find
Yeah.
out, oh shit, their materials have gone up by like 5 to 10%, and they haven't really factored that in, and they've
Yeah.
just kind of gone, oh shit, well, nothing's really broken, so but didn't realize, and they erode their gross profit margin, and that gross profit
Yeah.
margin erosion basically just means that there's profit times that's lost. So say it's decreased by 5%, that's 5% of sales. It's now not net profit. So
Right.
I wouldn't be too worried about the small stuff because they're not big issues in your business. You're going to have to fuel your vehicle. You're going to have insurance. You're going to have to pay the basics.
Yeah.
That's a major. The like tools should be split out. Correct. So if you're buying tools,
Yeah.
you should be saying to your accountant like, hey, I need help coding this, because at the moment, like as an example, all of those costs are going to go to purchases, which is an expense on the profit and loss, which then decreases your profit. But
Right.
really, some of those costs should actually be assets, and that's all the assets that this business owns at the moment. So it probably owns
Right.
more than that, right? It probably owns some tools.
Yeah.
If tools are
Yeah.
less than $1,000, then they can be fully expensed. If they are more than $1,000, they should technically be on the balance sheet, so as an
Right.
asset, and they depreciate over time. So if you think about it, like if there's in here, if there's 10 grand worth of tools
Yeah.
that the business actually owns, then that would only be 87,000. Therefore, your net profit is higher again.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
therefore your taxes too. But yeah, if you're purchasing tools that are over $1,000, I'd be letting your accountant know. And it's actually not that hard. All that happens is
Yeah.
in
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
I'll show you an example just to, but yeah, your zero is actually pretty tidy, and it's not like there's nothing
Oh,
where I'm like,
thanks.
oh shit, mate, yeah, you're missing this or you're missing that. But if you do end up with tools, basically all you do, let's say that was, that's your,
Yeah.
let's just take this one, right? Like
Yeah.
Bunnings, and it was, 2,000. You just go add details and you split it out.
Right.
You
Okay.
say, right, yeah, tools and miscellaneous. I wonder if that might be an expense account. Tools and miscellaneous equipment. They're probably expensing that as low value assets. But say it's like an asset, right? So
Yeah.
we brought a let's have a look. Oh, let's see what equipment. It might be plant and equipment. Actually, we brought
Right.
bloody whatever, and it was $3,000. You'd have that there, and then the rest of it would be to to
Yeah.
to
Whatever it
purchases.
was. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But you could attach the invoice if you want and drag that over there. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can either do it, or you might want to get your accountant to give you a
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
hand with it. Yeah. But otherwise, like it all looks pretty tidy. And I think the bit that we'll keep coming back to each time we catch up is the profit
Yeah.
and loss. So we're going to be
Yeah.
looking at cash flow, which Xero won't tell us, but we've built
Mhm.
that, so that's good. And we'll be looking at, okay, what's going on? Are we profitable? And if we're not, like, why not? So what's going on here? And
Yeah.
hopefully over time, we're going to see that figure get higher. We're going to have more gross margin and therefore
Yeah.
more profit. Then we're going to be able to say, right, we need to model out increasing tax payments, things like that. You might get to a point you go, actually, mate, I'm tapped here and I need to hire somebody. I'm not saying
Yeah.
over the next 90 days, I just mean in the future. And then
Yeah.
we go, that's all good, mate. Let's, have a look at what's going to happen if we bolt on, an employee and they cost us 7 grand worth of, wages every month. Nah, 1,000. Well, actually, by this stage where, there's an extra worth of income that we can bring in because we got this maintenance contract.
Yeah.
And, it might mean that we've got to hire someone to do it. Well, actually, shit, I kind of forgot. We're going to need to get them a vehicle as well because they're going to need a vehicle. Well, there's 60,000. Can we just pay for it? It doesn't look like we can. Righto. Well, why don't we pay up front, and then we're going to get a loan for the rest of it. So we'd have coming in,
Yeah.
and we've paid 20, but then the rest of the loan, we've got to pay that 5 grand back over the next 8 months.
Yeah.
And what's that? So is that right? 5? No, that's probably long. It's going to take us longer, isn't it?
Well, you
5.
won't get a Ranger for that though.
Shit, no. So we've borrowed 40, and then we've paid, and then we've paid an extra grand back. Okay, what does it do to cash
Yeah.
flow? Oh fuck, mate, we're swimming. We're all good here. So
Yeah.
we can model like all those sorts of things.
Yeah,
Um,
cool. No, that's real. That's awesome. That just knowing.
yeah, and yeah, like this, yeah, this shouldn't change too much. And like even beyond the 90 days, if like things change for you, or if you go, shit, mate, I'm thinking about something, we can always jump in and do like a one-off session,
Yeah.
review Zero and review where you're at. And you know, I'll send you this, and you can create duplicates if
Yeah.
you want to play around with things and increase your wages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Awesome.
yeah, but we'll review this each time we catch up as well. We'll be reviewing Zero to see, okay, what's happening on the profit and loss.
Yeah.
The other with your, have you got no online
I've got a
presence?
website.
You do? How do we find that?
It's socket.nz.
I might have actually been. Okay, cool. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, it's going to be hard to like rank. Oh, there you go. You need a Google listing, which you probably don't have. So all
Right.
that is like if you think about if you search for Next Advisory,
Yeah.
like here it's going to show up. That's a Google listing. Okay, how many reviews? What's the phone number?
Yeah.
Where are they? That sort of thing. Just
Hmm.
brings a bit more validity to what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah.
Um, if people are searching directly for you. So that's not hard to set up. And I'd try and collect a couple
Hmm.
of Google reviews as well,
Yeah.
just from people that you get on with well, or maybe even your father-in-law, like whatever, just to give it, it'll give it a bit of a push.
Hmm.
Views. Yeah, that can take a bit of. I'd get started on that sort of straight away because you've got to
Yeah.
verify your address and shit like that. But that should give you some instructions of how to do it if you just
Okay.
if you
Yeah.
Google it.
Yeah.
It's worth doing. I mean, we can explore in time like marketing and stuff, but I think you know the risk is if you look at what we're doing or somebody else, like you just probably that's the next chapter. I don't think you're going to need to because you're going to chew through some cash doing ads and all sorts of different stuff, and you probably find that your inquiry would just be everyday people
Yeah.
wanting something fixed around their house.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
I said here as well, like remember if you get desperate, you can always post into a Facebook group or shake the tree, right? So
Yeah.
like I'd imagine that there's still going to be work out there that you can do, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like if I get desperate, it's $65 an hour sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And like it might be that you don't even like you if we replace the $65 an hour for your mates and you go, I'm just going to go around and fix some stuff at people's houses or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're then charging travel, you're charging an admin fee, whatever,
Yeah.
and it becomes more than $65 an hour. And you go, oh
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's always that lever.
Mm.
There's always going to be work. So for us to be thinking scarcely is not really that
Yeah.
valid because there will always be somebody who needs your help.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Okay, so we've obviously covered a fair bit of ground, mindful of time. Is there anything that you want to discuss to finish up, or anything that we haven't touched on that you'd like to touch on?
I guess from your point of view, most important thing for me to work on immediately.
Yeah, so I would say no more $65 an hour stuff.
Yeah.
Can we stop the tutoring? Maybe not. Can we halve it? Can we find another solution? Can somebody else do it? Don't know, but
Yeah.
that's a project. It's not a like, we need to do it
Yeah.
right now. We say no
Mhm.
to the 65, we get some time back. We say no to the tutoring, we get some time back. We can't say no to the tutoring. All good is what it is. But
Mm.
we get our time back from the no and the 65s. Then we've got to go into hustle mode. We've got to go into business development. We've got to go and find some more profitable work.
Yeah.
But slightly before we do that, we've got to go and do a bit of back costing to figure out of the work that you want to do, like what is the true margin going to be? What's the true profitability so that we don't just like build out more, like pour fuel on the wrong flames.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And once we do that, like
And so would you stick away from doing this work as a joint venture with my mate?
I don't think you need to do the joint venture thing. I think it's going to be complicated. Like anytime
Yeah.
I hear, like you think about it, it's another relationship. And
Yeah.
relationships are hard because everybody has different expectations
Yeah.
and they don't get documented. But again, it's like if you were busy as with boat work, with commercial stuff, with design and build, would you be looking at the joint venture?
Fuck no.
There's our answer, right? So we got to like at the moment it's tempting because it's another
Yeah.
life raft. But we're trying to
Pretty
build
much like,
yeah
yeah.
we're
Yeah.
trying to build a boat that, you know, we're putting the coal on, if you're allowed to use coal in a boat in 2025, to keep that thing
Yeah.
to keep it cranking to where we want to go, right? If we get off and we get onto the life raft for a bit, all we do is we delay the inevitable of building what you're actually trying to build.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe your convo with your mate is, mate, I'm going this direction. I'm getting after it. I can help you if you're really stuck, but I'm going to do it at an hourly rate of whatever you would probably earn over somewhere else. Or, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like, because if you just default into this $65 an hour thing, I think without really understanding it and speaking out of turn, sounds like he's looking for a labor unit and you're the guy. But it's probably a bit more than a labor unit, and at least you get a bit of the upside as well. But I don't understand the whole numbers, but
No,
I think it's a
look,
distraction.
yeah. I think you're probably right there in terms of he's looking for someone reliable that is a labour unit for him because he's got a couple of holidays booked and he wants to be able to do a good job for the people that he's priced to. But he's only matched the person before him's price for a mate. He doesn't know whether it's profitable, and hence why he doesn't want to take anyone on either.
Yeah,
So it's kind of like, yeah, well,
you're the de-risk.
yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah,
Like he's bringing three jobs and I'm bringing one job, so he's sort of selling it like that. Like I said, he's very confident with his sales pitch, and the more I think about it, the more it's just like, yeah, I don't want to be doing, like it's doing townhouses. I don't want to be doing townhouses because, like you said before, every man and his dog is doing townhouses, and there's too much competition in there.
yeah. And it'll just end up being a race to the bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm not interested in. You know?
No, I think it's a swerve, and I think like let's do it the hard way. It'd be easy to say yes because if we're
Yeah,
desperate, but like I think let's do it the hard way and let's build what we really want to build.
yeah,
And then from there, might take
yeah,
some time, but we do the work. The work's profitable. We rinse and repeat. We collect reviews. We build up value in ourselves, data with ourselves. We slowly diminish the imposter syndrome stuff. We can't have those thoughts because people are accepting these quotes. You
yeah,
stop, you forget you used to think like that. And
yeah,
then eventually we get to another tier. It's like, right, we've got enough going on now. What's the next step? Might be an apprentice, might be someone experienced. We run the numbers. Can we, can't we? Where's more work going to come
yeah,
from? But you start moving in the right direction and get deliberate with this, the opportunities will come, and we'll be having
yeah,
other conversations, not saying over the next 90 days, but in the future of like, shit, these
yeah,
guys have then, put me forward for this, should I do it? Should I not? And,
yeah,
it's always got to come back to what it is that you want to build. Now, if you go back to some of your first thoughts, it's like more passive income and stuff like that. We can't get to that until we like build the foundations, right? So, we can't jump ahead to year 3 without doing the hard work over year 1, 2, and 3.
yeah,
And we might have them faster than that, but we can slot in an apprentice, we can slot in somebody else. We might pick up a $1,000 a year maintenance contract that costs us grand plus a ranger and some other costs and whatnot, and a bit of sacrifice from your
yeah,
time, but maybe it's worth it,
yeah,
and we can
totally.
explore all that. And I think the passive side of it and the you not needing to be on the tools all the time will come, but I
Yeah,
think you've got to like protect your time and be deliberate with your time. And at the moment, you're basically just giving your time to everybody, whether it be like tutoring, your mates, your
yeah,
father-in-law. It's time to get a bit selfish and be like, fuck it, you've got
yeah,
yourself in a position
yeah,
to have a go. Let's have a go.
yeah. Okay, awesome.
Good man.
This is fucking exactly what I need to hear. Perfect.
Well, that's what I like to hear. Well, if we go right, it's the start of June now, so let's go,
Yeah,
okay, halfway through July. Oh, sorry, start of July, halfway
yeah,
through August to see where you're at. So why don't we say the 13th of August? Does that work for you?
yeah. But it does now.
I was about to say you won't be doing a $65 an hour job, will you?
No.
But yeah, if anything pops up in the meantime that you're not, that you're a bit
Yep.
stuck with, or whatever, just shoot me an email or a text, and I can give you a hand. But I feel like you've got enough to get yourself started there.
Okay. You'll send me
I'll
all
send
this
you,
with a few
yeah,
bullet points, yeah?
yeah, I'll send you this. This is
Yep.
your like, keep coming back to this. We'll green it off together, but
Mm.
you can green things if you do get them done. A lot of these things are like, it's not, clear actions, are more sort of themes and what we need to be making sure
Yep.
we're moving towards. I'll
Yep.
send you this as well, invite you
Yep.
in. I'll send you a wrap up email. I'll send you a
Perfect.
calendar invite for the 13th,
Yep.
10 a.m.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'll be here if you need me, if anything else pops up.
No, awesome.
Good on you, mate. That went bloody
Perfect.
fast.
Yeah, yeah, 2.5 hours. It doesn't seem that long, but
Yeah, top man. Well,
no,
yeah, well done. And I think, you've done that, like I say, keep reiterating, you've done the hard work to give yourself a crack. So yeah, let's
yeah,
rip the
yeah, let's
band-aid off.
and give it a real good crack. Yeah, which is what I want to do. Like I sort of said to Claire, I've got 5 years to do this, and otherwise, yeah. So
Yeah.
year one in, I don't want to be in the same position at the end of next year. So I need help.
Yeah.
And you've given me the start, which is fucking awesome. Thank you.
Good on you, mate. I'm sure you'll have a completely different looking business in 12 months' time. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, mate. Enjoy the rest of your week and we'll stay
Yeah,
in
you
touch.
too. Yeah, awesome. Hey, thanks heaps, Luke. Appreciate it.
No problem. See you, bud.
Mate. Bye. Let's get into it.
Good to see you again, mate.
Yeah, you too.
Gee, I feel like you've made some progress, but why don't you talk us through it? Because there's
Yeah,
a bit there.
yeah. So where do you want to start?
Well, you've given me some pre-work, and I think
Yeah,
I've highlighted some things that I'm keen to discuss. But I guess, if people are watching this as well, like thank you to Gordon for being open to, have that training released. We condensed it down, we blurred some stuff out, but I think people took a lot from it already, and it'll live there for a little while yet. But anyway, I think people have become then intrigued on your journey, so I thought we'd keep recording and keep it going. So let's just
be cool.
yeah, at the start of this session, let's go through some of the things that you have done since we caught up and some of the things that I've already spotted. Mindset shift, you've got Google reviews rolling, you've had more work come in the door, you've got some business development underway, you've turned down $65 per hour work a number of
Yeah,
times, which would have been scary to do. And
yeah,
then the big one, I think, as well, is dropping some of the tutoring.
yeah. So I needed to go up to Picton to do some work, and 2 nights a week was just getting stupid. And I talked about it ages for ages with Claire, and it was always look, I can't do it because it's a set amount of money coming in each year, and if I drop 1 night a week, even it's half of that amount of money, and I know it's not much money, and bloody bloody blah, but I know it's guaranteed, it's there. But yeah, anyway, so I needed to go up to Picton and do some work up there, and that was stopping me from doing that to some respects because I had 2 night classes to do. So I just rang up the boss there and said, "Hey, look, what are the chances?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I'll ask around, see if anyone else is keen, and when do you want to do it?" And I said, "Well, this week would be great." And he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, we'll see what happens." And yeah, sure enough, someone else wanted to take the class, so that was a real and then
How did that make you feel?
yeah, like it was like the best feeling that I've had in ages for that sort of thing.
Yeah, like
It was
a
just like a
relief.
real weight off my shoulders because it was really more than anything screwing with the family life, probably more than what I thought. And Claire and the boys were really good about it, but it had just got to a point where, and I think also that screwing with the family life was also affecting probably my performance there and wanting to be there to some extent. So I probably wasn't giving it as much as what I could. But yeah, like to turn it down and say, hey, look, I can't do it, and to have someone be able to take it was just a massive relief. Um,
Was it scary knowing that you would then relinquish some of that income, which you'd sort of become quite comfortable with, and in some ways rely on it?
um, Before having talked to you, it probably would have been. After having talked to you guys and actually after having done it, it wasn't. It was sort of just I got to do this, so it's just and not think about it, and it's done.
Yeah.
And let's worry about where that extra couple of $100 is going to come from now because I've got a little bit more family time to do it and that. So it's yeah, yes and no.
We'll
And
find
then
we'll find it.
yeah, well, I'm sure we'll find it easy to find. Look, and then going on from that, I have been playing with the monthly cash flow forecast sheet a lot,
Yeah.
which has been a real eye opener. And I've gone through and put like actual figures in from July. I've taken out January and February and adjusted. So what you guys have done is just averaged everything out, which is sweet. So I've gone through and put in, yeah, like I said, the actuals, and then working out, because I get paid on the 20th of the month, what I think is going to come there and there. Taking out January and February because they're always crap in construction. And that's where I got done over last year to some extent for being quiet. And look, I'm still on the positive side at the end of June next year, just.
Yeah.
But there's still lots to go there. But that's probably been the one thing that has been a real eye opener for me is that cash flow forecast and being able to see that it's okay. But I still want to keep going with that with you today.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
definitely dive into that. And you had mentioned that, yeah, the cash flow analysis has got you into zero properly as well. So then it's dragged you closer to your numbers, having a look at actuals and things like that, which is incredibly important.
Yeah, totally. And like, you'd set it up to a basic extent, which is great because it got me searching for the actual numbers and working out where to find them and like what's actual and what's not, and getting into the bank account and saying, okay, well, Zero does this, but my bank account's saying that, but and profit and loss and all that sort of thing. Because before I was probably only going on sales for the month, and I'd roughly worked out what my fixed costs were for the month, but that was only on a few things.
Yeah.
And so I'd just gone on sales and what I was paying myself. And okay, if I sold X amount of dollars, that covered everything. And everything on top of that was a bonus. But then without sort of factoring into the effect, into the thing that, well, most of that stuff doesn't come until the 20th of next month. So what do I do till
Yeah. Yeah. And you mentioned that you had work come in the door, which I'm sure you've then modeled in as well. But where has that work come from? Like what's changed since we caught up in terms of that work coming in the door? How did it get in the door?
Yeah, good question. A lot of it was just people reaching out. I haven't done any marketing. I think the market may be getting a little bit better. I've had some work come in and picked in on the boat, and that's through a mate of a mate,
Cool.
or a mate, sorry. And then the next design and build warehouse has come forward from what I thought it was going to be. So I thought it was going to be the start of next year. It's now the end of this year, which is good. But yeah, looking to really push some marketing to get some more work in the door, and referrals and talking to people. So yeah, look, I haven't done a whole heap on that front.
But you have done something about the Picton piece, which is an area that you were keen to continue to explore, right? The boat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I've gone up there and done a week of work up there, which is an area I'm keen to explore, and we'll talk about that
Yeah.
more in later on, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good man. Okay. So you've got I think the important bit is part of this too is you're seeing your pipeline, you're seeing the revenue that can come. That gives us a bit
yeah,
of financial security. Because I think a big theme that I keep picking up from you, whether it's pre-work, whether it's when we're catching up, the odd text message and stuff, is like financial security and providing for the family and whatnot is incredibly important, but also that
yeah.
takes a heavy toll on a bloke, right?
Yeah, I think, and because I'm at that age, I guess, or that time of life, that I've got a family and I've got a mortgage. Sorry, Luke.
We're gonna live somewhere, mate.
But yeah, look, and also a Ranger that I have to pay for.
It's the over
Look,
leveraged people I worry about.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's maybe why I'm here. Hey, look, yeah, totally. You've got those responsibilities. So yeah, it is a big mental toll because you're constantly thinking about it. I guess for anyone who's younger or doesn't have those responsibilities, go for it and try not to worry about that so much because the risk, like I guess the
Mm,
risk is greater for me. I can't fail, which is why mentally it is there.
yeah,
Which is what I guess you're getting at. Like, there's always the financial pressure of shit, I need to put food on the table and pay the mortgage. Otherwise, it's not just me that I'm affecting. It's two dependents and a wife that I want to keep.
Yeah. I think the thing to remember though is that like as much as that can feel stressful and feel heavy, like it's also it creates a push, right? And a drive of like you have no data to suggest that you've missed mortgage payments, providing for the family, feeding them, etc. Then therefore we've got data to suggest we're probably, even if shit got hard, we're gonna find a way.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah, um, like I'm not going to let it happen, but it's just
it's there.
constantly seems to be there.
Mm.
Um,
And that's the bit I want to touch on because it's
but
there bit. I think we've got to try and figure out how do we like dial that down a little bit so it's not like consuming some of your brain capacity and mental rent,
yeah,
and then we can be, and then that'll just keep getting quieter and quieter.
yeah,
But what people do is then like it gets quieter and quieter and we're just flying over here, but then they go bang, full leverage again, back to $2 million worth of debt, all of this, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoop,
yeah,
we're back,
yeah,
and then we've got
yeah,
to try and
yeah,
so I think, yeah, we'll switch this recording off in probably the back half an hour and we'll go through some of that stuff plus
yeah.
some of your numbers and whatnot, because I've got some thoughts on it. Um, but I think it's like I think your brain might be telling you it's more of a hindrance than it actually is. And
Oh,
yeah,
totally.
my yeah,
Yeah,
what I'm a little bit worried for you is that like you've got so much going on that you're trying to do at once that the risk is that we're trying to do like somebody like you, your personality is like, okay, the diary of a CEO diary. You've
yeah,
got the next advisory pod, probably the Keep the Change podcast. There's this that you're working on with me. There's like heaps of stuff, and you're trying to do it all at the same time. But the risk is that we try and do like heaps of stuff and then don't either A, do what we need to do, or B, like prioritize the things that are going to move the needle the most.
yeah.
So I guess my question would be like over this next 6 weeks, what do you think will be the most impactful thing that you can do to alleviate any financial worry, plus get the business to a next iteration, and to ensure that in 6 weeks' time you're happy with where you're at? What do you think that one or two things is?
Yeah, real good question. Like even on that cash flow forecast, I guess what ticks over in my mind the most at the moment, and what I think is creating the most angst in there is the fact that my bank balance at the end of the month doesn't isn't going up.
Mm,
I know that we talked about this the last time. Like I've put all these numbers into the cash flow analysis, and I've at the end of June next year, I've got surplus money. What I'm still not understanding right is I'm not processing this year's tax. So I've got a bunch of money. I know it's enough for provisional tax and terminal tax this year, but I don't seem to be able to be putting away anymore, or that balance doesn't seem to be growing to cover for next year's or this year's tax next year.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so, and apart from paying myself each week, I don't see the number growing. So I see a whole lot of personal growth for me, and like the personal growth since starting a business. And I was thinking about it the other day. It's just been amazing, like where I've come from in 2 years, and then to now, and then hitting you guys, and all that personal growth is all good. But I don't. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere because the bank balance isn't going in the
yeah,
right direction, up and to the right.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so that's probably my struggle there is how do I see that growing that way? I want to be in a place where I can have more work that I can employ people,
yeah,
and yeah, get that going. The whole idea of this for me is to have a business in 5 years' time that's not necessarily worth a bit of money, but as I could sell it and get some money out of it, or it's that I can bring the boys into it and give them some sense of um, ownership of it, sort of thing. Um, I think my 9-year-old is really um, driven in that sense, and I'd like to give him every opportunity to be able to explore the business side of things and show them that it can be done rather than.
So I'll ask you a question then, and these are just two questions and a yes, no, okay?
Yeah.
So one is, could your 9-year-old, say they were ready to work, could they come and work for the business in 6 months' time?
They'd do it now, but that wasn't a yes, no. So yes.
Okay, sweet. So then we don't really have too much to worry about because they could do it. But would you be worried that you couldn't financially afford for them to do that and for them to be paid, right?
Yeah. So obviously, and that's another yes.
Yeah. So okay. But what about if 6 months' time would be like, could we make it happen? We're probably not on the business isn't ready to hire that person. But what about if they were 15 years old? So then you've got 6 years to do it. Do you back yourself that you could build the business that could hire your son?
Yeah, totally. Well, it's 3 years because the oldest is 12.
Okay,
And
perfect.
he'll be coming on board in 3 years. So yeah, I mean, that's easy.
Yeah. And that's what I guess I'm trying to highlight is like, I think you're probably the sort of person who's inclined to put a lot of pressure on yourself for things to happen quickly, which then hinders us from seeing the investment that we're making into like progress. So if we just track, okay, number in bank account equal success, potentially that's not right. So if we think about it as, okay, if we have a tank full of gas in a car and if we've got to go somewhere, well, we have to use some of that gas. Now, if we get to the destination, which equals progress, but we see, low petrol, and we look at it and go, fuck, like we've actually gone backwards or we've used some of this petrol, we haven't really achieved anything. Someone would be like, what are you talking about? We're here. Like we got to where we want to go. So I think it might be that we need to try and find some other things for you to track to see progress, but knowing also that the money in a bank account for every business is always just the lag of the actions that they take and the decisions that they make. So it's the last thing to show up, because you've got to go find the customer. You've got to have that conversation. You've got to do good work for them. You've got to pay the suppliers. Then you've got to invoice them. And then you've got to collect the money. And then it's in the bank account. And that, the converting the idea to the cash, that time is different in every business. So I don't know if you do already, but I would encourage you to track your personal balance sheet. So, what assets do you have outside of the business and what liabilities, and track that month to month, as I sometimes bang on about, because you're going to see progress in a different form, and that'll be your mortgages decreasing. You are, building up the household funds. There might be a bit of investment going on. There's some sharesies and stuff by the sounds. And that is a very different, layer of progress to be feeding the brain rather than, fuck, business bank account doesn't equal bigger from last month. This is frustrating. The other thing to remember too is that you're mapping out your cash flow as well. Now, that's completely different to how you previously did it because you weren't factoring in paying tax, right? So you're seeing into the future. But when you just go through business and then watch the tax account build up, it's like, oh, this is pretty epic. That's getting bigger. It feels great. But then we forget, we're going to have to let some of it go. So when you do forecast cash flow planning, you look at it and you kind of go, shit, I'm not actually, the bank balance isn't going to be further ahead, because you've had to then clear the tax. But at least it then tells us, well, we're not satisfied with that. So then we need to change something way back here to then create the result of the cash being bigger at a later date. And that's what you're currently working on, right? So, but the beauty is by the time you get to April next year or May next year, you're probably going to make your third and final provisional tax payment. And you'll go, sweet, I've paid my terminal tax on 2025. That's done. And I've paid provisional tax towards 2026. You probably don't owe the IRD any more money, except, you become more profitable. You have a little bit more tax to pay, and you'll be square. You've got to kind of do that double catch up at the moment, right? Of paying based on 2025, therefore, paying provisionally. So you're getting a little bit of that double whammy. But progress is what we want to track, not just final output.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And I mean, I had this conversation in a different way yesterday when someone young was like, what's the, like the best thing to invest into? And I'm like, well, how do you answer that, right? Like, we know the answer is ourselves, but you probably need to be a bit older. But I know that's not the answer
Yeah.
he wants. But he was like, oh, what do you see getting in the way of people investing well? And I said, well, it's probably like letting go of the money. So the example I gave was, I could invest 40 grand into Bitcoin, right? And then I can track the price of that every single day and see, is it going up or is it going down? Or I could spend 40 grand on a videographer to follow me around when I do cool shit, like go and do a keynote, go to events, speak at something, do something, where it can be recorded behind the scenes. But I don't know, like that's definitely going to cost me money, but realistically it's still an investment, but I can't track
Yeah.
like, okay, what becomes the outcome of that? But then eventually in 12 months time, someone says, oh, we saw this video, we started following you, we got in touch, can you do this keynote? All my brand presence gets bigger. Therefore, I know I can charge more in the future. And so I know, my brain knows that like I have too much data to know that will work, but you still then got to let go of the money. So I don't think the game is never finished because there's always like another way we could look at it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think you'll probably have a tendency to want things to happen faster and maybe track the wrong metric. But I reckon that come 12 months time, you'll have more money in the bank account than you would have, had if you had
Yeah.
just carried on doing, say, $65 an hour work. You'll have all your tax paid and you'll have a completely different business, and you'll have a business that you could plug an employee into. There's a good saying that, entrepreneurs and business people, they don't have unrealistic goals. They just give themselves unrealistic timeframes.
Yeah.
So instead of, like, could we be for certain that you'll have more money in your business bank account in 5 years' time if we take all the actions we know we need to take? Fucking oath. Like, somebody stop us. What about in 5 days' time? What about in 6 weeks? Like, if we only give ourselves a short time frame, then we're probably setting ourselves up to fail because things take longer, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in that grind and in that process, we've got to give ourselves data to be like, I know that this is working,
Yep.
And it could be shit. I said this price instead of this one, and they still said, yes, they'll pay it. Bang. That's like a massive win that you bank.
Yeah.
Because that then ends up leading to a bigger bank balance at some stage too.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
but we will model out cash again at the back end of this. But I wonder too, if we can pay you more from the business, will we put you under a good level of stress to make you push harder, because you'll see the number going backwards, but you'll also build up your personal balance sheet, and that could be really valuable for you. We'll play with some numbers. So
Totally. And look, going on the back of that, that's one thing that this journey has really highlighted to me. Not that I didn't need to know it, but from listening to more content, and that I listened to your David Neath podcast, and that was awesome. I can't believe how much that dude swears, but like,
it's unreal.
like I said, I think I said to you, I think he must be a plumber or a drain layer.
Yeah, trapped in the wrong body. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, but and so instantly went out and found that book, and I've also read Dan Carter's book, The Art of Winning, I think it is.
Yeah.
That's really, like, I would recommend that to anyone. It's just the most amazing book too. So both the books are fairly similar. I've just about to finish David Neath's book, and then I'll probably read it again and finish off doing the exercises. But both of those just have helped a lot with mindset shift, and especially David's book. I think all of us at some point in time have a victim mindset in some capacity during the day, week, month, whatever it is, and trying to get away from that is really good. And then look, I was going back over your old podcasts, and there was one about personal shit getting in the way of business stuff. And I think what you've just gone on there about getting my personal wealth in a place that's a good place that makes Claire and I feel better about the business, is really good. So I've actually gone and taken a bit of ownership of that, and it's something that I've been meaning to do for probably 10 years or more, but it just always seems to be in the too hard basket.
Yeah, but
And
like,
and look, not, and I don't know quite how to put it, but I don't want to say that we're well off or at the other end of the scale or anything in between. I just think that we could have a better understanding and grip on our finances, and that would help a lot. So um, I got Pocketsmith to try and sort it all out. We've tried many times to map it out on a piece of paper, and we get to a certain point and it just doesn't work, or we don't want it to work or something. I don't know. So like that's a bit of what I've been working on personally, which is like I said, without going into too much detail and revealing
yeah. But I
too
think
much stuff.
I think that like what I picked up, so without giving away numbers, like here's some
Yeah.
themes. You're like, you got no credit cards, you got
No,
no buy now, pay laters, you got no afterpays, there's no personal loans, nothing
no,
like that. You top up your mortgage, you pay extra. So you're beating the banks down saying, you want to give us a 30-year loan, fuck you, we'll pay it off faster than that. And you contribute more to KiwiSaver than you need to. And you've got money invested in shares and funds. The numbers might not be massive. I don't know. We don't need to get into those. But the point being that, somebody listening to this would be like, oh, I wonder what sort of financial strain they're under. But you're doing more than 99% of people probably. But you're
yeah,
still, like, oh, I don't know if it's right. And I think that's how
yeah,
everybody feels though. It's like, I've got a 15 grand credit card. Fuck, I just want to pay it off faster. I want to be a millionaire. Oh, I'm only at 300 grand. Like, oh,
yeah,
I've started investing. It's epic. Log in, see someone's screenshot of their 2 million in shares. Is, oh my God, like what? Like, how'd they get that? What they do, what they invest in. Like it's controlling the brain with what you've got. And I think you're actually like doing more than you as a household than you're probably giving yourself credit for.
yeah, totally. And I think we probably understand that. It's just the mental shift, and yeah, I don't really, I don't know how to say it. We always feel like we've got all those extra things, but
It's not enough.
yeah, I just, not that it's not enough. But it's not enough. I don't know how to like. I just, Claire and I said uh, like we are real good with the money, and we understand that, but it's telling ourselves that, and yeah, how do you, and shifting that mindset and doing a couple of things, and yeah, not, and I think like reading the David Neath book, and just the mental side of that and getting to grips with it is, I'm really looking forward to it, knowing
Yeah.
exactly where the money that we're not putting away is going,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if you do 6 months, I know 6 months is like, oh, it's going to take 6 months to figure it out. But if you do track assets and liabilities and the personal household budget, you'll have a completely different view of money in only 6 months. Like that's it. Like you think how
Yeah,
long it's taking you to build this way that you think about money. You do 6 months of tracking that, you'll
yeah,
get like a new view of money that you'll go, fuck, I didn't realize this has been here the whole time. And all I had to do was just have a look each month at like, what are our assets worth? What are our liabilities? Because
yeah.
it's the same with like the cash flow planning, right? Then you
Mm.
get closer to it, and then you're like, okay, where's that figure coming from? Why did it go up? Why did it go down? Shit. Like 6 months ago, we had 20 grand less equity. I didn't even know that because you weren't tracking it. Like you don't know. And your Pocketsmith's probably going to do a bulk of that for you. And
Yeah,
it's like anything, you stay consistent with it and you measure it, you'll probably give yourself the validation that you are doing well. What I would suggest, the other thing to think about too, is like celebrate with Claire, and just celebrate some wins that you are having, or go, fuck, you know what, like we don't, like ever go out for a nice meal, say, because we're worried that it's going to be too expensive or whatever. Well, maybe
yeah,
you earned it. Like maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe, you look at it as shit. We've got through another year of a recession without putting in household debt, personal loans and stuff like that, and actually celebrating some of the success that you are having?
Yeah, so totally. We went out for a nice meal the other night, because the business had done more sales than what I tracking for last year. So
Good man.
yeah, so and I think that's real important too. Otherwise, we get too bogged down
Yeah.
and just like you say, we probably need to look for smaller wins rather than big massive ones.
Yeah, because like anybody else would step into your shoes and you get called privileged, it'll be lucky, it'll be oh, fuck, that must be nice. What are they even worried about? So like that's what
I,
fuck
yeah,
how they think about it, but like it's so important how you think about it, because like only you'll win this battle with
yeah,
how you look at money and finance.
yeah,
And that's the same for all of us.
yeah,
Yeah, because then you'll have people who inherit like plenty of cash and then they'll go, I don't feel worthy of it. I didn't work for it or whatever. So it's like that's the journey they've got to go on and figure out,
yeah,
okay, well,
totally.
like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, cool. I'm looking forward to that and probably wish I'd done it earlier in life, but hey, better
Mm,
time than now.
yep,
And I think I haven't done it because it's like I said, it's been put in the too hard basket. And yes, it's hard, but only the first part.
yeah,
And first part of getting all your bank transactions for the last 3 months and working out where you spend your money. And like you said, there's all the technology out there now to make it actually fairly easy.
yeah, yeah, 100%. In terms of a couple of things that are getting in your way,
Yep.
so you said like admin, and
Yep.
then just some of it's just the confidence of pricing and how you're adding value.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
You talk me through the admin piece first, and then we'll get into the like pricing side.
So admin, I guess there's two parts of it. One part is being the sole worker
Yeah,
with the hat on for everything. And I'm sure lots of people can relate to this, is that when you've got lots of work, the admin is the last thing to get done because it just gets pushed to the side.
yeah,
The and again, the issue with that is that you do the work, the invoices don't get done because you're on to the next job, the quotes don't get done because you're too busy doing the current job. And yeah, like I said, the admin is the piece that's the easiest thing to drop,
but that's the
but
most
also
important
the
thing to
worst
get
thing
paid.
to drop.
Yeah,
But and coming from a trade background where we just do it.
yeah,
There's always been someone there to do the admin in the background, and it's not, you don't realize the importance of it, maybe, so to speak, a little bit there. And then go, yeah, like, and then that sort of goes on to the next thing is getting the time, sitting down, working what parts of the admin are the important parts, which is and finding a place to do that without getting distracted and getting the most out of that and
do you,
trying to make that more streamlined, whether that's with AI or processes. So two things, I'm probably a bit slow on it, and need to work out my systems and make sure, because if I want to grow, I've got to have those properly in place. And they are somewhat there, but I don't think they're perfect, which is another problem of mine, probably.
wanting them to be perfect? Yeah,
Wanting everything to be perfect before we go on to the next bit.
yeah,
And then setting the time aside. I've tried to set as much time aside since we met last, and we were going to try and put 2 days aside, but that hasn't quite worked as well as what I wanted it to.
yeah.
So I need to keep focusing on, yeah, I don't know,
Well,
drilling down on that.
let's look at it in a different way. Like,
Yeah,
because you're going to get caught in the trap of like you have to do it. You've got to design the system. You've got to build the process. You've got to,
yep,
do it all. But eventually, you're not going to be able to, right? Otherwise, you're going to hit a ceiling. So,
yep,
could you see this business being in a place where it will hire admin support or have admin support?
yeah,
Easy, right? So then we need to do an exercise in this next 6 weeks of what would they do, okay? And mapping out what are all the things that chew up your time that you don't necessarily like doing, or that you procrastinate on, or that
Yeah.
aren't, the best use of your time to generate income, to do business development, to move the needle of the business, right?
Yeah.
And then we can give that to ChatGPT and say, hey, like, help me turn this into a job description. And that's easy. I'll give you a spreadsheet that you can use to fill out, to have a look at all the admin time. So it basically goes through and you work out, like, you fill in, okay, that's half an hour a week, that's an hour, etc. And you
Yeah.
type in some different boxes, might be health and safety, invoicing, quoting, and whatnot. And you can see, okay, how much admin's there. That'll show you of your week, like, how much that admin's getting in the way of you being the Gordon that the business needs you to be.
Yeah.
Now, then we go, okay, well, if that was to cost us, say, $60 an hour, which sounds like, shit, surely admin doesn't cost us $60 an hour, but, let's just say it does. But
Yeah.
if it was 20 hours a week at $60, that's $1,200 times 52. We got a $62,000 roll there. Now, it might not be 60 hours, but it might be that, you have a weapon that goes, well, if you pay me well, then I can do it 20 hours. But if I'm paid poorly, well, I can't, because I need to do double the hours to make the income to look after my family or whatever, right? So as long as we're staying away from that $65 an hour work, like, we'll be able to buy, with admin costs, we'll still be able to buy it back. Now, $40 may be, more reasonable. 40 times 20 times 52, you're looking at $41,000. I think you can make 42 grand back by buying your time back, like, very, very easily, as long as we get the margin and the pricing right. But before we jump to that, because we can model it financially as well to see, okay, what's it going to do to the bank balance? Because then again, you're going to have that, like, shit, I've brought some admin support. Now the bank balance isn't going to get any bigger. So we've got to not be stuck at that to start with and know, okay, but if we at least figure out how much time is getting chewed up for admin, then what's the job description? I have a feeling that your brain, if you were to go, okay, who would do that role? You almost maybe even have somebody in mind and think, shit, maybe they could do it.
Yeah.
But maybe not. But if you do, great. But all that you'd start to do is basically, put it out to the world via your circles and social media or whatever avenues you've got to say, is there somebody who'd be interested in helping me with the admin for this? But I don't know if we want to, like, rush to the end and do that straight away. We probably want to, get some of this good work, get it priced well, make sure that, that it's there, and keep, refining the business. But admin support's going to come at some stage. So we might as well start looking at, okay, what does it look like? What's it going to cost us? And what's that going to do to the cash flow of the business?
Yeah. Cool.
So I'll give you a spreadsheet,
Yep.
and I'll show you as well. So that'll help you figure out the time. That'll help you then build the job description.
Yep.
So that'll solve that when you do that. But at least it'll give you structure of, like, okay, like, you might even just bolt on $10 hours a week of admin support to start with. But that might be enough for you to, like, completely free yourself up to be doing other things. And could we get them to build the processes for you? Like, do you need to build the perfect process? Maybe they're better at it than you.
Yeah, totally.
Like, you're slow with it, well, then you're going to procrastinate on it too. Maybe they're good at it and have done heaps of it, and they can go, no, let's just do it this way. And you go, oh shit, okay. You can focus on doing what you're best at, and they can do what they're good at.
Yeah.
So we'll spend some more time talking about that shortly as well.
Yeah, cool. No, you just reminded me of a person that I met that's in that role that I thought about the other day, and I'm going to call.
Boom. Because a good thing, remember, you've got a cash reserve, right? So, like, when we look at your cash flow, we can always go, well, maybe we delay one of those tax payments and invest that into this person, for instance, and pay the tax back with a bit of interest at a later date. Like, there's so many options. And you've also got some cash reserves that, you can kind of lean on anyway. But again, it's like being willing to get there and do that. But sometimes I say to business owners, like, are you going to need to do this in 5 years? Yep. Well, then should we start thinking about doing it now and just, like, speeding up getting there? Because we always kind of put off these decisions until we sort of get to a stage. But I think you're going to get to this stage anyway. So we might as well start exploring it.
Yep. And
dipping our toe in the water.
Yep.
The other bit was, being confident in how you add value and how do I market it. Well, I guess like, you've gone to Picton and they've said, "Oh, yep, we'd love to have you do some work for us." Did you that the work that we spoke about the other day, did that get
Hmm.
confirmed?
Yeah, so I've been up there and done it. I need to go back.
Yeah. But weren't you pricing it the other day, or were you invoicing for the
No,
work that you've
it was
done?
just a come and do.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Um,
Well, what I might do is I might
I'll tell you what, another one I had
oh, yep.
the other day that will be. So I was down at one of my other jobs, and there's a bunch of, it's a industrial area. It's seen that another tenant had moved into a leased building, and just went in there and popped my nose in there and started talking to them, and got a day's work out of them at no cost. So, well, not no cost, but how do I put it? At no advertising cost, at no competition. It was just a come and do this. We need it
Wicked.
done.
But the cost is you being willing to be rejected.
Yeah,
That-
totally. Yeah, look, I mean, yeah, and just went
Good
in there
man.
and didn't even start a conversation about do you want any electrical work done. Just went in there and started a conversation with them, and like and I guess, and that's a personal win for me, and because I probably wouldn't have done that in the past.
And what does it tell you? The market tells you they value what they do, right? What you do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and like I want to be in a space where it just make things easy for people.
Yeah.
Um, I don't want to be the cheapest. I don't want to be. I want to be the best,
Yeah.
and the most reliable, and yeah.
Good man. What would that day's work be worth roughly? Like thousands or
Yeah.
yeah, wicked. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, and that could lead to tens of
Oh,
thousands.
yeah, fingers crossed it'll lead to more. Yeah, they said it will, so I don't believe them. And look, going on the back of that, they paid me the day I sent them the invoice. So, like, how good is that?
Yes. There we go.
And that was a business to business. They'd moved down from Auckland, and had just got a warehouse. And so, yeah, look, happy
Well done,
day,
mate.
sort of
Well
thing.
done. Yeah. That should give you a lot of confidence and a lot of like you must have been
Yeah,
pretty
look,
stoked.
yeah, totally. A lot of self-confidence more than anything, like, yeah, you're going to get rejected, but there'll be that time that you don't,
Yep. Yeah.
and make the most of it, sort of thing.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop recording, mate, and then we're gonna get back into cash flow and whatnot. That'll just keep it easier for the team to edit because then they won't have to like blur things out and whatnot like we did for the full session.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, and then we can basically just roll this straight out. So
Yeah.
cool, mate. I'll carry on, but I'll just hit record stop. Well, here he is, session number 3. Good to see you again, Gordon.
Yeah, buddy, good to see you too.
How's
Last session.
how's progress been over the last 3 months, mate? How would you describe it?
Real good. Awesome. I didn't know what to expect coming into it. And it's probably been the best thing I've done this year. Just growth wise and learning. It's been amazing. Yeah.
Nice. I think you said in your pre-work that like just personal growth as well, right? Rather than just the business.
Yeah. So, for me, definitely, I mean, at the moment, it's me and Claire, and I want to grow that number, but the personal growth as well as learning about the business has been awesome. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Nice one. Yeah. And what about in the business? What are some major things that you would point to that I'll ask you a different question and then we can work
Okay.
backwards. Like with what you've been thinking about over the last 3 months and with what you have done, where can you now see yourself in 12 months' time?
Way further. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like with the confidence to be able to employ people,
Yeah.
with the confidence to know where my numbers are at, how to find the data I need to find. So yeah, definitely. I always had dreams of getting better, but if you don't, like actually getting there is this has given me the tools to be able to do that.
Nice. including I see you've been inside the cash flow planning tool, so you've been using that.
Yeah, yeah,
Good
yeah,
man.
totally. That thing's been amazing.
Yeah,
I know probably when I first came to you, cash was a big thing for me. And having not been in business before, having not paid tax as a business before, uh, that was a stress for me. And going through that properly after you started it and just looking at it regularly and sort of once a week type thing and going, hey, um, this is what we got coming in, this is what's going out. It's really settled me down to some extent as to, okay, the money in the bank is going backwards, but we're still going forwards.
nice.
Yeah, it's and also helped me to think about what's coming up instead of um
Getting
and being able
surprised.
to react to that rather than and be proactive about it rather than being reactive when it's too late.
Nice. That's the way. Yeah, that's good, right? Because most people do operate from a place of reactiveness and kind of, oh, that's right, the insurance is going out. Oh, that's right. ACC, oh, that's right. Tax has got
Yeah,
to go. Yeah. But you
yeah.
you obviously paid your provisional tax in August.
Yeah, so yeah, August was an interesting month.
Yeah. The little bit
First
of that
prov
cash go.
first prov tax, and then I think at some stage in August, I had when I saw the accountant and to do the final books, he's like, "Oh yeah, ACC will buddy send you a letter at some stage during the year and bloody bloody blah," and it kind of was a bit of a whimsy thing, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, at the beginning of August, there goes ACC with their ACC bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and it's due right around the same time as Prov tax and then GST as well, I think. Or yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
would have leaked a bit of cash in August, that's for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it was all there, and it was good to know. Like I had no problems with it. All the hard work that I'd done last year, putting it away, no stress, just pay it and let's go.
Yeah.
How do we get it
Nice.
back?
Nice. And so fast forwarding 12 months from here, like what do you think? Do you think you would have hired? Yeah, what do you see it looking like?
Yeah, I'd like to have hired. Totally. I want to have a admin staff member pretty soon. I reckon I probably got at least a day's worth of admin work a week or every 2 weeks.
Nice.
So just trying to outsource that. So I've been putting feelers out there for how that might work, not having someone full time. I've had a mate helping me a couple of days, the last couple of weeks, and just realised how much that has freed me up and made life better.
Good man.
So yeah, look, going down that road of employing someone and will be something that gets looked into pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah. I wonder if the better way to do it will be contracting, for a day a week or a set amount of hours because
Yeah,
or a casual type setup because I don't know if you'll have the volume of stuff to warrant a part-time
no,
or yeah.
yeah, and that's the what I just got to navigate at the moment is I don't have enough for a full time to say hey to someone, hey, here's 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
But finding someone who can commit to a day or two when I need it is ideal.
Yeah. And then focusing on the right type of work in 12 months time
Yes.
and going forward as well, right?
Yeah, totally. So the last 3 months has really helped me with that and really thinking about who my ideal customer is and how I'm going to find them.
Mm-hmm.
Um and drilling down on that and the other stuff can just get left behind. So I'm going to start with my current clients and go through them and make a list of ones that I'll hit back up again. And I've started hitting some up up again, and just working through that way.
Cool.
Keeping the Google reviews up, and yeah,
Nice. I see you've been getting reviews done.
yep,
Good man. And you know you can in Xero run your customers, right, that you've invoiced previously and build your
yep,
list that way. Yeah, cool.
yep, yep. So got that in Fergus and in
Oh, of course.
Xero. So yeah, yep.
Yeah. You would have, yeah, how many would you have in there?
Well, I think not enough. I've got about 50, 60.
Yeah, still.
So it's a start. Look, you got to start somewhere, small steps.
Yeah, yeah. Even if, you know, two of them have got a piece of work for you, well, and
Yep,
as you build the snowball and then you've got more people added in and then you
yep,
know, stay in touch with each of them.
yep,
And then you've got a flyer that you're nearly finished.
yep. No, I finished it. I've got a flyer here that I've done,
Good man. Shit
front
looks
and back,
good.
to go, and so I got 2,000 of those printed.
Wow, how good.
Yeah, I've got 2 kids, so
Yes.
they might be running around a little bit. But
Nice.
yeah, so I'm going to target some specific areas that I think will be the right fit for the target, for the flyer, so to speak. So I'm not doing a random drop. My sister-in-law's in the real estate game, so she doesn't
Mhm.
know it yet, but she's going to give me a bit of hopefully be able to give me a bit of information and just fine tune what I've done on ChatGPT to try and find the right areas.
Well done, mate. That's
Yeah.
the way. Yeah.
Yeah, and that came about from doing a couple of jobs for clients and getting some feedback from them, and then actually going around to someone's house the other day in a suburb that's of the right age and seeing these fittings there and having them ask the same question. And I was like, well, yeah, put two and two together.
There's an opportunity.
Let's go. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
an opportunity. Let's do a flyer drop, because I think, like you said on one of your podcasts the other day, email, you're competing with however X many amount of people.
Yeah.
And I know for myself, like, you're getting 5 to 10 emails a day at least
Yeah.
that are not worth reading, and there's nothing in the mail anymore. So
Yeah. Yeah.
getting something in the mail's kind of nice.
Yeah. Nice. Good man.
Interesting. Yeah.
And um, I asked you a question before we sat down. How are you going to ensure you stay on track once our schedule catch-up's ending? You said, as I start, I've booked out every Monday as being an office work on the business day, which I love, the work on the business piece, right?
Yeah.
First thing on the agenda being cash flow numbers. And I thought second piece needs to be, because cash flow will take care of itself
Yeah.
if the business development and the outreach is done right. So
Yes.
I think, you know, a process for you around systematically reaching out to customers, making sure the flyer drop's done. Like, what are you
Mhm.
doing? You know, I would have a calendar reminder set or a phone, you know, reminder
Yep.
set. So you've got a dedicated hour at a minimum where you're thinking, right, like, what seeds have I planted?
Yeah.
And that might be the old customers. It might be somebody that you saw when you're out, you know, doing some other work. And you thought, right, I need to get in touch with them. But the more seeds that you plant, the more that the snowball will roll.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
nice. And then that flyer drop, that what you showed me on there, there's good margin in that work. Like
Yep.
yeah, cool.
Yep.
And then it'll potentially lead into other things as well. So you've highlighted a problem, you can
Yep.
solve it. Yeah, and then it'll probably then build trust for you, and then it'll lead to other forms of work for those same homeowners and people.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's the idea.
smart, smart.
Yep.
Good man.
Yep.
Nice, mate.
No, cool.
So yeah, what have we done over the last quarter that's been the best impact for you? Three things you said. One, cash flow, which we've touched on a bit. That's put
Yep.
your mind to ease and help you see where the business is going,
Yep.
and lay out all of your tax payments that go out. We can model in a staff member starting, any
Yep.
admin support, all those, so you can see what it's going to do, that bank balance. We've even modeled in a January with basically no income, right? Just in case everything goes completely quiet. To
Yeah.
see
So modeled in January and February with no income,
just to
just
see
to
if you
make
can
sure
survive.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, I can
Yeah.
survive, because January, February, generally New Zealand goes on holiday. Well,
Yes.
January, New Zealand goes on holiday, so that affects February's cash flow.
Yeah.
In December, everyone's on holiday anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then to the tutoring side of things.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Like that was something that was there that I really enjoy, but it was becoming a noose around my neck, I think.
mm,
And I knew it, but to have you say, "What are you doing?" Was probably one of the other really good things about this, and just like turn it around and start realizing how much my time's worth, and not so much not worrying about it. I was so stuck on, but that's X amount of money a year sort of thing.
yeah.
And you're like, yeah, but it's X amount of time. So yeah, look, I've given one night. I was doing 2 nights a week. I've given one night up pretty much instantly after we talked. And so that was just the best thing. Such a
Yeah.
relief after I made the phone call. And then I made a phone call on Monday for the start of the new term, and said to them, look, this will be the last term. I can't continue anymore. It's not fair on the students. I'm not, I need to take time off all the time, and it's just, yeah, it's not working. So
Yeah. So you're
yeah,
gonna drop it all together at the end of this
drop it
term?
all together at the start of, it follows the school year. So the sort of start of December, they'll have their final exam, and that'll be me for,
Oh, cool.
for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, you can always go back to it in time, like it's just, I think what we identified as this may not be the
Yeah,
season to be doing that.
totally. And I've picked up some more tutoring during the day that's sort of um, only once a month type thing, to just to keep
Yeah.
proximity to people in the industry, and
Yeah.
that and I still enjoy it, and um, yeah,
Yeah. Cool. Well, that'll
yeah,
be a relief. Claire will be happy.
yeah. Claire's stoked.
There we go.
Yeah, the boys are stoked, and
Yeah.
I'm stoked. To be fair, the money, it was totally a love thing.
Yeah.
And just realizing that I need to put it aside to focus on, you know, I try to do everything, and you can't.
Yeah. Yeah. Good man. Yeah. Hard thing to say no to and to walk away from, no doubt. But I think it's
Yeah.
the right thing to do.
Yep.
And yeah, like I say, it's not like you can't, you're already
Go back
doing it
to
in
it.
another
Yeah.
form. Yeah. And
Yep.
especially doing a little bit during the day. And then what
Yep.
about like you explored the Picton opportunity, right? But that
Yep.
created sort of almost the same issue. Then you're on the road for ages, you're away from the family, then we come
Yep.
back and we lose nearly like a couple of days to traveling, right? So
Yeah. So I need to fine tune that a bit. I'm actually going up there next week to still finish off a job type thing. People are getting me back for repeat work.
yeah,
So yeah, I need to come up with a bit of a model there to maximize it. Some good has come out of it, because the work up there is good. I really, again, I enjoy it. I'm trying to then use that experience to get into work in that area closer to home.
yeah,
And it's given me the confidence to do that. Also, talking to people up there, there's a lot of people from Christchurch that own boats up there, so it's not a dead horse in that term. Like I did some work on someone's boat up there who owns a panel shop in Christchurch, and I just said, hey, look, what's the chances of you need a spark electrician in Christchurch? Yeah, give me a call after I get back on my summer holiday around Italy.
oh, it must be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So I was like, yeah, okay, sweet. And I've just been in touch with him, so he's got back. So I gave him a couple of days, and gave him a call, went around and saw him, and just went around and chewed the fat with him. He's a been in business for 30 years, so it was good to just sit down and
Mm.
talk with him and ask him stuff and like ask him about his boat, ask him about his business, ask him about what he struggles with and he was more than happy to help.
Nice.
So yeah, put my business card in his file and
Yeah.
said when something comes up, I'll give you a shout.
Awesome.
So
Nice.
yeah,
Are there
so
any
going
other
on the back of that, I'm sort of also toying with doing a subscription based type thing.
subscription-based type thing?
Yeah, so like a like a month, a smaller monthly fee, and then that would be for a year's to have a like a one visit a year type thing that's paid for um over the months, and then being a preferred customer sort of thing.
How do you mean being a preferred customer?
Well, so like um I can, or let's say, I don't know, for $20 a month or something, then once a year I'll go and check the electrics in the place, um, or whatever that they deem they want necessary, and then that's paid for over a monthly basis. And then that is a foot in the door to lead on to other work. I can say, okay, well, let's recommend these things, and this will keep your asset high or not. You get what I
Uh,
mean?
Is this for everyday people or is this specific to the marine industry? Like what do you mean?
Yeah, I need to refine it a bit. I was thinking more for businesses. It's something that is done
Yeah,
business wise, but yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm
yeah. I would
still
uh
thinking about it.
would you like my opinion?
Yeah, go for it.
Just
Love
scrap
it.
it. Scrap
Okay.
it. It's not something to focus on at the moment. I,
Okay.
I see where you're coming from and to see the allure of it, but it requires you to go out there and basically sell an entire new business model. And you're
Yeah.
gonna have,
Okay.
like X number of businesses to say yes to get it
Yeah.
working. And yeah, I had a similar conversation with somebody in a completely different industry, and it was the same thing where they were thinking, let's say it was like yard maintenance, right? And so
Yeah.
he's like, oh, he does that, and he's like, oh, I might start, offering I'm driving around and I'm seeing all these people with shit yards. I should offer to, put them on a subscription service, and I'll routinely look after their yard. And when I'm on the yard, I'll find other things and I'll do that for
Yeah.
them. And so then he was trying to work out, okay, what do I include in the subscription and how do I price it? And I'm like, mate, why don't you just knock on the door and offer to solve the problems that you can see and
Yeah.
and see if they want them solved, and then transact with them and invoice them and carry on. Why does it need to be? Why do we have to try and put a subscription service in the middle of it? And
Yeah.
I think it's like a subscription service can be one of those sort of shiny objects, and there's recurring income, and it might lead to other things and whatnot.
Yeah.
But which is correct. However, you still got to try and sign up a shit ton of people to it, right? And
Yes. Yeah.
and then
Okay.
maintain it. And it might just be that, again, like this isn't the season to try and do that
Do
in.
that. Yeah.
You would think, that, and maybe I'm wrong, but some of the bigger Sparkies or Nationwide or whatnot would be doing something similar. Like they've already got databases. Like why
Yeah.
are they not doing that if it works? Or maybe they do and
Mm.
I'm unaware. But yeah, I just think for you, like with your
Okay.
limited time, I'll be careful not to chew up a whole heap of time, working on that. If you think
Yeah.
about it, your flyer could potentially achieve the same thing. You put a flyer in the mailbox, it
Correct.
solves X, Y,
Yeah.
Z problem, they
Okay.
pay you that
Yeah.
amount, and then it leads to the next job. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
yeah. Are there any other people, that bloke you mentioned before, are there any other people like him that you could reach out to in that part of the industry? Back to the
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's hundreds of boats up there, and I'm sure lots of them are owned by people in Christchurch.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of them are owned by people in Auckland too.
Okay. Yeah. And they leave them down there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quicker to get to um it's quicker to get to uh Picton Marina than it is to get to a marina in Auckland.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about um
Oh,
oh
it's for 4 people in Auckland.
oh no, but the guy that we went and saw, where was he from?
He's from Christchurch.
Okay.
That was
Oh,
just
so
a
you,
bit of side information. Sorry.
oh, I see. I see.
Are we tangent?
Yeah, tangent. So, but this guy's boat, so he's got that in Picton.
Yep.
Or oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's got a business. He lives and works in Christchurch.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, he would probably know other boat owners, etc., right?
Correct. Yep.
Mm.
Yep.
It might be worth asking him, like, who else you should potentially be speaking to.
Yes, totally.
But I thought
Yep.
when we talked at session 2,
Yes.
you were sort of going away a little bit from the idea of having to go to Picton too often.
Yeah, I was,
Yeah.
but it's I don't know. It's work I like, and it's giving me the confidence to be able to go to a place like Littleton and say, "Hey, look, I can do this."
Yeah.
It's a bit more of a because it's remote, it's a closed market, I guess, up there, if that makes sense. There's not as many people doing it. So yeah, look, it's a much about learning and that, and yes, it's not great. And yes, if the work was in Christchurch, then I would be staying in Christchurch to
Okay.
answer your question. And
So,
so
but how do you have confidence to do it in Picton but not Littleton?
just I don't know, learning. It's just me learning, and I I've got the work up there that I get through word of mouth, and so I need to have the confidence that I can go to Littleton and say, "Hey, I can do this." You did right. Yeah, the
Okay.
mind works in funny ways.
Yes. Yeah, it's just comfort, right? Like it's
Yeah,
comfort.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
I know it, and I know that there's work there, and yeah,
because I'm just worried you're going to build a rod for your own back, and you're going to keep getting word of mouth. You're going to keep going up there. You're going to keep expanding it. And before
yeah,
you know it, it'll be like, shit, okay, it's hard to turn that tap off and it's another tutoring type situation.
yes,
But, two very different things. But then you start to rely on the money because the money's consistent. And so then you go like, oh, you got to start again. So I just wonder if maybe there's a flyer needed for Littleton, for instance, or
yeah. Well,
bit
I
more.
do. I've got one coming.
Okay, good man. Because I
Yeah,
would, and like the data you need is there, you do work in Picton, right? And people are happy and they pay you. And then
yeah,
people are then referring you to other people, and those people are ringing you saying, "Can you please help me?" And if you help me, I'll pay you money. So
yeah,
like that's business data, right? And all that business data tells you is that if the work is the same in Littleton, you will have the confidence that that same thing will happen. It's just a different location. It's
yes,
unfamiliar. You don't know these people yet. You've got to put yourself out there. You've got to accept some
yeah,
rejection. I would come at it from a point of, hey, this is what I currently do in Picton. I'm capable of doing it down here if you need
yeah,
me to. Not
yeah,
not like, hey, I'm here, give me your work. That's a very different thing. It's the positioning is I'm already doing this and trusted in a different part of the country. I have capacity to do some in Littleton.
yeah,
You're not even trying to sell anything. You're just offering, well, hey, did you even know that I existed? If not, like completely fine.
yeah,
If you don't need my help, you don't need my help, but just making you
yeah,
aware that I'm here.
yeah,
So yeah, I would your brain is telling you that it's uh harder in Littleton, but it's just more comfortable in Picton, but it's probably going to be easier to build it out in Littleton, right? Especially if you enjoy it. you build some of
Yeah,
these relationships. Yeah,
yeah, no, point taken and fully agreed.
yeah. Okay, well that's exciting. There's
Yeah.
yeah, like how much work could potentially be there? Like shitloads.
In Littleton,
Yeah,
well, yeah, not as much as Picton because I don't think the marina is anywhere near as big. There's
yeah,
two
gotcha.
big marinas in Picton, and like I said, that seems to be where a lot of the boats that need that type of work are because, or in proximity to there, because the sounds are there. And like I said, people from Christchurch and Auckland and over
Yeah,
the country leave their boat there
yeah,
for a year, um, because it's fairly easy for them to get to.
yeah.
Like, I was talking to a guy the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, look, it's here because it's 3 hours from Auckland, door to door.
Wow.
It's quicker, like, and he has a vehicle that he leaves at Blenheim Airport
Yeah.
and a long stay car park, just flies direct from Auckland to Blenheim, jumps in his car, and he's straight up the road, um, and on his boat. Whereas, yeah, and he's
Eh,
in the sounds like,
Yeah, and that's where he wants to be, like in the sounds. That's what you're saying?
yeah, he
Yeah,
wants to be in. He lives in Auckland.
yeah,
He wants to have his boat in the sounds because it's nice. The the boating around there is good, and
yeah.
there's the marina there for him. But the marina's so big that they haven't got the people to service the marina.
Isn't the world a crazy place? You know, when we think about how,
Oh yeah, like, yeah,
you
and you
know,
think about how much, like, these, it's nothing to them, to
yes,
how the other half live.
yeah, yeah. What do they say? They have yachts and they have nots.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, crazy to think. Some people would struggle to fathom paying for a park. A car park at an airport, and some people are like, "Oh, I'll leave a spare car at the long stay airport so that I can get it when I have to drive to go get in my boat." Like,
well, yeah,
none
and
of
the
them.
whole thing is like it's all about time, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
like, why he parks his boat in Picton because it's quicker for him to get to his boat from his house in Auckland to Picton than what it would be to get to a marina that he wants to be in Auckland.
yeah, yeah,
So, like, fair play. Like, it's
yeah.
probably possibly cheaper too. I don't know,
Mm.
but yeah, you know,
Hey, each to their own. Play
yeah,
on. Just
exactly.
shows it's
Like,
just more
good on
data
him.
of yeah, more
Yeah.
data of how much money's actually out there, right? And also like
Oh, like, yeah,
yeah,
unbelievable.
these people value quality and service and their time. It's very different to somebody who, you know, just needs something fixed ASAP and needs the best price, right? They're very
Yeah.
different ideal customers. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And like I said before, that's really what, over the last 3 months, me working out ideal customer, and I've had some experiences that have really helped shape that, and being able to realize that that's what they are,
Yeah.
I guess, and has been really good as well, and have the confidence to say, oh, okay, well, I don't need them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't need to chase that because, yeah, yeah.
And you had a good September financially?
Um, yeah, no.
No? Oh, your zeros seem to show that you're pretty profitable. I was just making sure
Uh,
everything's accurate in there.
hold on. Now I'm getting confused. No, oh, yeah, September was good. So October cash flow will be good. September's cash flow wasn't as good as what we had been
Anticipating.
anticipating,
Yeah.
but I'd modeled that out and I knew that, like, yes, September month sales was good, but I don't get that till October.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
Cool.
yeah, September's was great. Picked up some work um through a crowd in Auckland, who don't have an office down here but have some national work. So yeah, they needed a hand, and went for a wee tiki tour around the South Island with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. And So when I was digging into Xero, I'm pretty sure it's like August was a tougher month because you had a lot of materials that you paid for. So some of those potentially for September, like the
Yes.
material bill was really high.
Yeah.
Okay, so if those sort of balanced each other out, then both months are probably about the same.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, cool. And so what have you got coming up through to the end of the year, revenue wise and pipeline wise?
So I'm finishing off my last warehouse. We're starting another one, but it's probably not going to be quite, it'll be sort of on the other side of Christmas now. Um, and then another, and then it's now I'm looking for, so I've got some boat work, and then I'm going to do my fly drop and then really start cranking some cold calling and that sort of stuff.
Nice. Have you got a fair bit of capacity in this next little while? Do those warehouses keep you pretty busy?
They're busy for like a couple of weeks. Yeah, so it's spread out over sort of 6 months. Uh, um, a couple of months worth of work for 6 months,
I see. Yeah.
sort of thing.
So the calling is that's like old customers and
Yeah, old customers.
then
Well, even
contacts.
like yesterday, I was guys that I did work for in previous line of work. His company's just set up over the road from where I am. So I hadn't actually talked to him since I'd left paid employment. Flicked him a text and said, "Hey, are you over the road at this job site?" Uh, and then he actually rang me and I had a real good chat with him. So yeah, look, those sorts of things, and you don't know where it's going to go to. So I've got a whole bunch of people that I need to get back in touch with
Yeah.
and just chew the fat with for 10, 15 minutes and see what comes of it, sort of thing.
Okay. And you're effectively going to subcontract to them or like on projects they're working on, or how do you see that playing out?
No, I don't want to do subcontract work unless I have to.
Yeah. So what would come out of those conversations, do you think?
Project, well, more project, being able to do things for people on my
Gotcha.
own. Yeah,
Okay.
project.
Because they're part of the project, but they need you to do a different piece of it. That's what I'm just trying to
Oh, so the guy that I talked to yesterday is a main building contractor.
got you. Okay.
Okay. And not that I would, yeah, I'd just sit down and see if he's got any smaller projects that might be
Yeah.
available, or where to go to, um, sort of thing.
Cool. So those types of people are going to be great to reach out to, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, just getting in touch with people and saying, "Hey, I'm here."
Yeah. Because yeah, if you were to condense down into like very simply for your next 3 months, what you need to do, like what your next steps are, what do you think they are?
Business development,
Yeah.
total.
BD. So the flyer, like you say,
Yep,
then the Littleton
yep,
potential opportunity you've got. Yeah, outreach. Yeah. So BD basically.
yeah, yep.
Cool. Are you worried about anything?
Uh, Always worried about how much money's coming in.
Yeah. Money is a constant worry for you, eh? It's been a theme over these last 3 sessions, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But like you don't have high expenses even if you don't have money coming in. So it's less of a, say somebody who's got 3 staff, but then like they need to worry about, okay, not having enough work coming in to then pay the
Mm.
lease and so I feel like some of your worry is more internal or emotional rather than like logical, if that makes sense. So like
Oh,
it's not,
probably. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Which is
yeah.
like it's not don't mean to offend you. and not saying it that way, it's like you need to remind your brain, like, I don't need to worry too much about this, because A, you're going to take action. B, even if there's nothing happening, you've got some cash reserves. There's options around, finance and things like that too. But I think you worry about it so much that you don't need to, because you'll force yourself to take action. And it's no different to, I was talking to Andy, and we're releasing a pod with him, and he's talking
Yeah.
about, like, when he starts worrying about, he's now got 3 guys that he used to pay wages for.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what happens if you're, worried about not having much work to come in to pay the lads? He's like, I'll get on the phone. And, like, he knows what the answer is. And so then we've got to take that, okay, I get on the phone and try and do it even when we don't need the work as such. Because then because that's the thing that's going to reduce the worry, right? So if we are worried about something, then we've got to be like, is this worry real? And then B, what can I do to decrease the worry? Well, action is the antidote to anxiety, as we know. So then what's the action? Okay, like, we're doing flyers, we're, reaching out to people. We've got the Littleton opportunity, or we can reach out to past customers. So therefore, I think the worry about money for you is probably unwarranted.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But
Hard to shake. Yeah.
Yeah, just I don't know, and it'll be a time thing, like, and it has got better over the last 3 months with the cash flow thing. It's just still there, and probably because I don't know. I mean, in some respects, no, I don't have any staff, but I've got a family to feed and a mortgage to pay, and I don't want to lose that, and I'm not going to lose that, but it's, it just sort of ticks away there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, and to alleviate that, I'm going to get when the shit hits the fan account, I
Nice.
think. So personally Claire and I have just sorted out a emergency fund
Cool.
and got that going. And started to really see some progress there, which has been amazing to say, like, we cannot worry about it so much now. And then, so the next thing is when the insurances come around, we can increase the excess and, like, start to pay a little bit less on the premiums and that sort of thing. So I think business wise, if I can get an account that is possibly separate, and even if it's just $20 a week or whatever, going into that account that's separate from all the other money that is sort of like, okay, sweet.
Yeah, it'll give you a good peace of mind, right?
Yeah, and that's all it is, not just, okay, well, if the whole thing falls over, which it's not going to, then I can buy groceries this week.
Yeah. What have you done about your drawings throughout this 90 days? Have you increased them at all?
Increase them from the start.
Yeah.
From when you said yes. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
And
cool.
that's been great.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a real this is actually worth it.
Nice.
Which is, like, again, and with the cash flow thing, you can see that it makes sense. It's working. It's like the stress that pays for the stress. We're finally at a place where we're earning money that it feels like that we're going somewhere.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think
Which is good.
Yeah, that's important, right? Because so many business owners get themselves caught in this trap of kind of, oh, everybody else should get paid first and you get paid last, and that's just how it is and whatnot. But, like, why not just get a job? That sounds brutal, but it's the harsh reality for some people that if you don't fix the business to deliver to you what it is that you wanted to achieve from it, whether that's income, freedom, agency, fulfillment, then what are we actually doing it for, right? So I think a lot of business owners put off paying themselves well because it's like, not the done thing to do, or we almost like live below our potential and our opportunity because
Yeah.
it's, a thermostat that we find it hard to reset. So yeah, I'd like to see you slowly increase that as you become more profitable, and that's something we can keep an eye on into the future anyway, but you'll be able to do that with your profit and loss plus your
Yeah.
cash flow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So after Christmas, I've got a goal of increasing it again.
Nice.
I just um get through December, January,
Yeah.
and reset again.
Yeah.
Come
Um,
back into the start of the year and review it, sort of thing.
so two things.
Yep.
What um let's talk about December and January in a second, but let's talk about what would you like to be paid net in the hand per month? What would be epic, do you think? Or even per week?
Can you ask me another question? I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna have a quick, I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
because I shot myself in the foot last time you asked
Oh,
me
okay.
that
All right.
question.
Yeah. Given it's recorded, maybe we can talk about it off here. Okay, so you've like prudently you've
Yep.
thought, okay, right, I'm gonna budget for cash flow of sort of nothing in January and very quiet in February. So
Yes.
you've basically thought, okay, you might only have like 7 or 8 grand of income for each of those months, let's say.
Mhm.
What can we do in December, January to ensure that that's not true? Because otherwise it's going to create worry, right? Because we're kind of setting
Yep.
ourselves up that like, shit, okay. But we know we can survive that period anyway, which is great. But like, what
Yep.
can we do to go, you know what, fuck that. I don't want to have, 2 months of kind of, because you will be, even though you can get through cash flow wise, you'll still be frustrated. So what do you think we can
Yep.
do to try and avoid that?
Okay. Like you said before, real easy. Get some flyers in the um in the mix,
Yeah,
which I'm going to do, and just call people get myself out there.
nice.
Don't know that it's going to be a bit quiet and make a difference.
Is there a time, like, is that time of year the time where people are thinking about something specific with their, electrics and with, yeah, like, is there a problem that you could solve for them?
Um, I don't know. Yeah, commercially, it's when a lot of businesses will shut down.
Yeah,
So if there was, like over Christmas and that, we would go and do switchboard changeovers and maintenance work, and that was easier to do over that time because there's no one at work.
what about like putting yourself out there too? I don't know if you're taking much of a break over that period, but
Mm,
if you're not, whether you put yourself out there that, hey, like, I'm on call and I'm available if something happens.
yeah, yeah,
Like, because if other people are going to take the time off, well, then zig when they zag, right?
yeah,
So
totally.
if everybody's going, oh, actually, now this is the time to go to the beach and whatnot, maybe you're the guy that this summer, and maybe it's not like this for all the time, but
Yeah, yeah,
they're going to have a problem. That's going to be shit. We can't get a hold of everyone, and you're going to
yeah,
be the solution. That is that you answer dial 3 and you get back to them and go, yeah, what do you need done? I'll be there.
yeah.
So whether there's just, or is it, yeah, like having a Google or Chat GPT brainstorm for 30 minutes going, right, what is it that people may need done in this period that you can do?
Mm,
Um, and making it known that you can do that. Our cleaning client at the moment, they're doing, hey, one-off spring cleans because it's that time of the year, right?
yeah.
And as they get closer to summer, it'll be, hey, do you need the deck cleaned for hosting people before Christmas? Hey,
Mm,
what about your oven? Hey, other clients, it's pest control over in a specific season. hey, this pest. We got, hey, do you need your pool cleaned and serviced
Mm,
coming into summer? What's it looking like at the moment? And like they're putting themselves out there as the solution to the
yes, yeah,
problem that the person knows that they've got deep down, but they're not doing anything about it. So
yeah,
that when they finally do go, I need to take some action on it now, they're the one that's front of mind.
yeah.
So there must be something for you that in that sort of December,
Mm,
January period, and whether even it's the households that, need to sort the something that they'll be putting off, which,
yeah,
and yeah, partly what your flyer's about, but there must be a problem where you go, yeah, that'll be something that you can solve.
yeah, yeah, no. Yep, yep.
Cool.
Good
Because
thoughts.
because I just think it's all, it's good and well to map out that cash flow could be tight for that period and to
Yep,
accept that revenue does drop. But then let's not just accept it. Let's go, okay, what can we do to,
yeah, totally. Yeah,
and because then you're going to be stoked. You're going to come back into
yeah,
2026 with shit, more money in the bank account than you thought. You're probably going to be able
yep,
to increase your wages straight away. You're going to know shit that worked last year or this year. Let's potentially do it again next year. And you've built some data up.
yep.
Yeah. So maybe a little project there for you as well.
Yes, yeah, to think about that. And yeah, no, perfect. Thank you.
Good man. Um, and so then thinking through, so you get through summer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you get through this next 3 months and we get into 2026. Like what, bar what we've already talked about, which you'll then create into routine, so business development, getting
Yes.
yourself out there, etc. What other things do you think you're going to need to do? So you potentially employ, potentially admin support. Admin's probably sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Anything else?
Um, and well, get more work
Yeah.
to be able to employ.
Mm.
And then just keep going like that, employing and making sure that the product that I'm delivering still, when I'm employing, still keeps the quality and the reliability uh, intact, because that's what I want this to be about.
Nice.
So, yeah, um, and then training in that, keeping myself, keeping learning, keeping staff learning, like just keeping on that growing business.
Are you doing anything in the solar space, or it's not for you?
I've done a solar course, and I wouldn't say no, but I don't have staff to get solar panels on the roof.
Yeah,
So, um,
makes it hard. Yeah.
yeah, yes, I did the solar course and I was like, oh yeah, the panels,
Mm.
like, they're big wind sails and they weigh 30 odd kilos or whatever they weigh, and to get them up on the roof is you need a team of guys to be able to
Yeah.
do it and focus on it. But yeah, totally, like those sorts of technology based things are what I need to go down.
Yeah.
And environmentally, energy saving, that all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Mm.
because I was just wondering if there's anything like that that you can see coming online that you might want to start getting ready for, or be in a position to be able to do in time, or whether it's
Yeah.
just, not for you.
Not at Yeah, not installation wise anyway.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's potential there for um, inspections and maintenance. The industry's going through a bit of a shake-up at the moment with licensing,
Okay.
um, and having to have endorsements for being able to do solar work.
Yeah.
So I haven't got the endorsement because I haven't done any solar work, so it kind of limits me as to what I can physically do myself without employing someone with solar endorsements.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then maybe like thinking about it and then going back to the December, January thing, like
Mm,
that, I'm just having a look, that marina
mm,
features 200 floating berths of lengths of 10 meters to 36 meters,
mhm.
providing shelter for vessels of all types. It's got the phone number of the marina manager, the
Yep,
assistant.
yep. I've called him,
Perfect.
and once I get this flyer done, I'll go and see him and have coffee with him.
Nice, because they've got boat repair services and supplies
Yeah.
on there.
Yep.
I just wondered if maybe, like, if anything breaks for these people during that time, don't they need somebody like you to then be able to help them?
Potentially, yeah. Yep.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Company. Yeah, I mean, you tick a few of those up as clients, and
Yeah, totally. Yep.
that may be the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Cool. Was there anything? Yeah, technology. What advice would you give to yourself? What are you waiting for? Good man.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Have you been waiting for anything?
Um, Sometimes I think you've got the tendency. I have the tendency to, instead of just doing it, waiting for something to be perfect, and
Yeah,
it's not going to be. Like, just do it.
yeah,
Stop mucking around and waiting for all the stars to align, and yeah, and just get out there and do it.
yeah. And can that be, so the flyer may be an example, but can that, for you, is it even like picking up the phone and getting in touch with somebody?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Like, oh, I can't call him now because it's before 9 o'clock, or oh, or oh, it's lunchtime, or oh, he's not going to answer anyway, so why call? You know, those sorts of things. Like
yeah,
that, just do it. Like, who cares?
yeah,
What's the worst that can happen? Oh, they don't answer. Oh well, just try
yeah,
again later.
yeah.
I've
Text
called
them.
him. I've called him 4 times and they haven't picked up. Don't like. Why should I call them the fifth time? They don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
Those, like, yeah. But in reality, like, I don't know. They might have been on the toilet for the exact time you called them 4 times,
yeah. We're in a
and
meeting,
just
or yeah,
hey,
they might be in a meeting. They might be in Italy,
yeah, exactly. Like, people are just generally
busy.
busy,
Yeah,
and if they're anything like me, I mean, I have my phone on silent vibrate because I don't like it interrupting.
yeah,
And yeah, some people just don't call back, and
yeah,
it's nothing personal. It's just some people just don't call back. Like, but who
yeah.
cares? Just yeah, yeah.
What can you do? Like when your brain tells you, "Oh, don't do this thing," um, or it needs to be perfect, or it needs to be the perfect time. The stars need to align. Like, what can you do that can get you through that? Like, what normally gets you to go, you know what? Like, just pick up the phone, or what?
Um, I like I told you this the other night, and it sounds real stupid, okay? But if anyone has read the Dan Carter winning book, um, uh, The Art of Winning, he's got in there that he used to say to himself, "What would an All Black great do?"
Oh, nice.
And an All Black great would run the extra K, would stay at training 40 minutes extra because they're an All Black great. That's what they do. Um, and Claire said to me, "What would Luke tell you to do?" And I know exactly what Luke would tell me to do. Just do it.
Pick up the phone. Yeah,
Yeah, stop being a pussy. Just
yeah,
do it. So those sorts of things. And telling myself that, like, what's the worst that can happen? Someone can say no, and oh well.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Don't be scared and shy of getting a no, and even ringing someone and just talking to them is not, not necessarily selling them or asking them anything, is going to get you a bit of trust and a better response, and trying to pick up little things like, what are they into? How is the car? Or how is the boat? Or how's the weekend? What are the kids up to? Sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like even just what have you got in your pipeline? What are you seeing out there? People like talking about business and
Yeah.
what they've got going on in their future, and you can learn a lot from that.
Oh, totally. Like, yeah. Like
Yeah.
the guy the other day at the panel shop was more than happy to sit down and chat about where he sees things going and how he runs his business, and how
Yeah.
he gets his guys being efficient and stuff like that.
Awesome.
It
Yeah.
was gold. Like, that's a bit of gold from a guy that's been doing it for 30 years and is
Mm.
obviously making a bit of bank, and good on him.
Yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes you can plant reminders around your, whether it's the workshop but like, having
Mm.
something like that to get you through it, I think is the good way to remind yourself, okay, I'm gonna have to do, like sometimes I say to myself, I'm gonna have to make that call anyway, so why not just make it now? I'm gonna have to send that
Yeah.
email, so why not just send it, etc. And it forces you to, yeah, but I
Yep.
do think I'd like that Dan Carter concept of, okay, what would the All Black great do? But it's sometimes as well, I think, what's the version of me to achieve what I want to achieve? What's the version of me that I need to be
Yeah.
right now? And then,
Yeah. Same
okay,
principle.
yeah,
Exactly the
yeah,
same principle, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
you want to be an All Black great. Well,
What would they
you
do?
have to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
to what? How do they act? Yeah. What would they do?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, we are going to jump into some of your numbers and some of the further action items and stuff, but we'll cut the recorded part of the call off for those people who have tuned in, mate. And I just say thank you to you because people, I'm sure, I think a couple have reached out to you, but people have
Yeah.
said it's been great to listen, and even people who have been through this process as well to say, shit, it was good, to think about how far they've come in their journey. So, thank you for allowing these to be recorded to give people a little bit of a behind the scenes to what goes on and what you're working on too.
No, it's been awesome. Yeah. Thanks for putting them out there. I was a little bit apprehensive about it when you called me straight after the
Yeah,
first one. I think got some gold in there, but and wasn't sure that the whole thing was going to come out. But nah, it's been awesome. And thanks to everyone who's reached out and said thanks to me. Like, it's really cool to know that I've given someone else a bit of a hand on the way. Like,
yeah.
yeah, it's it's stoked. Like, that's real good. Made my day. Yeah.
Well, I think you said at the time, oh, fuck it, just put it out, and if it helps one person, it'll be worthwhile.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like, yeah. And so, well, at least four people have reached out to me. I had an email from someone and three of them have been guys that I know, but yeah, I had an email from someone, a roofer the other day, that's in the process of making the move,
Okay.
and starting a company, and it's just like, oh, sick. That's
Yeah,
so good that, like, someone's got something out of it. Like,
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Yeah, imagine the people who have consumed but don't, get in touch, and that's
Yeah, totally.
probably,
Like,
yeah,
yeah,
another 10 times that number. So good on you.
yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
mate. And obviously, I normally finish these sessions by asking, have you found this helpful? Which I think we kind of started with anyway, but it sounds like it's
Yeah,
definitely,
totally.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Would totally recommend it. Don't wait too long. Um, I don't know what Luke and that say as a minimum, but don't wait too long. You don't need to be 5 years deep to get coaching or some form of help. Don't be scared to ask. Like, just get it done, because you can't do it all. Yeah, you
yeah,
can't do it all on your own. You don't know what you don't know. And it's been so helpful to just be able to sit and talk and get opinions from someone who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah.
an outside view on your business, because when you're living and breathing it, it's hard to see
Mm.
what it looks like from the outside in.
I think as well, like you said earlier, you've now got some tools as well that can help you going forward, which I think is really important because,
Yeah,
yeah, you've now got an easier way to make decisions. You've got filters for what you do and don't want to be doing. You've taken a lot of action. You've got the cash flow tool as an example. There's been a lot of accountability for you,
yeah,
and you know that everybody's going to be keeping an eye on you too and wondering what you're up to. So you kind of your standards have been forced to be raised, right? Which is
yeah,
outstanding.
totally.
Like
Yeah,
we
yeah,
want that as humans. It's bloody good for us. I mean, many
yeah,
people hide from it, but yeah, I think it's that creates a better business owner and a better version of ourselves too when we have that accountability.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Cool, mate. Well, thank you again, and let's dig into some of these numbers.
One thing while you're talking about the GST, so I've been stacking that GST account with the GST from each sale.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I think my GST bill is or something to pay in October.
Yeah.
And we got in there
Right.
because I've put in but haven't taken out for what I've spent.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, is there a better way of doing it? Because it's kind of like, well, how much do I to get that number on the cash flow um, sheet? I just took off what I added them all up and then took off what I owed for GST.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so two different things. So cash flow, what I did there is just basically added those bank accounts, then remove if you would have paid GST today, you'd be down
Yeah,
to about grand. But
yeah.
what you can, because you sort of want, like this is your everyday, this is your sort of everyday account, right?
Uh,
Or business account, or is this
yeah.
tax?
Well, it started off as tax, but now it's not quite tax because everything sort of goes in there and then comes out of there unless I've been paid.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what do people's suppliers pay into? Do they pay into?
into that everyday account, not into this one.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's effectively tax. So okay, so let's just
Yeah,
yeah.
but I take I pay the suppliers out of that one as well, and then
Oh,
sort
I
of put
see.
that money back into it once I get paid.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, maybe you could use this as your tax account, tax and GST.
And that's what the On-Call 80 started out as.
Yeah. Yeah. But that might be simpler, right? As you basically put your tax and GST in here,
Yeah,
and then you pay your tax and GST from here, and then these two are for running the business.
right. But how much, because I started off doing a third of every invoice was put
Yeah.
into tax and GST
Yeah.
account. But then I came to a point this year where I couldn't do that because it was
Wouldn't make
getting
it.
too
Yeah.
much was going out.
Yeah.
And I was getting, it was just
Yeah.
getting
'Cause I,
confusing as to, because I was needing to pay myself sort of thing. So,
yeah. I
yeah.
think what the key thing is that you've got of this cash is last year's tax, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got to pay that in April next year. So you
Yeah.
kind of want to stack that aside and go, they're not even looking at it, right? So it's like, right, well, if you put another over there, then you'd have that there, create that's
Yeah.
terminal tax, that would be down. You'd put then a couple of grand aside for GST, which is the bill coming up. Great. Now
Mm.
you'd be down to, but you'd then pay the GST out of there. So you'd be left with, which is the tax bill. And then going forward, you just need to yeah, like find a methodology to put the GST and tax aside. Now, a simple way to do it is basically, yeah, like a third of the invoice. But that's for you, like it's probably too high because you've got
Yeah.
high levels of these materials.
Yes.
So you're probably better to keep it really simple to start with. You're probably better just to keep an eye on the GST once you have things reconciled
Mm.
and know, okay, I've put like that aside into, so at the moment, like have you got aside, and then okay, what's my current period, October to November? Okay, cool, don't need to worry about it. And you just move and you do that once a month and move that money over.
Right.
Then you're not having to do it every invoice.
Yes. Yep.
But then of course you're going to have a tax bill coming up in January again. So you might want to put that money aside now or like build up to that.
Right.
Yeah, there's no perfect way to do it as such. Like some people do GST plus 20% of the invoice.
Mm.
And I think it's going to be like that's a great way to build up a buffer. But you're gonna put too much aside because you can have quite high levels of materials.
Yeah, because I mean, look at it now. I've got grand in the GST account, and I knew I was going to be creating a buffer, but it gets just seems like it gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah. I would like it. Another way to think about it might be you need to move grand aside, which is your terminal tax,
Yeah.
right? And then you've got your money for your next GST bill in there. And then you've
Yeah.
basically got your next provisional tax payment sitting there for January as well. And then you don't really need to worry about, like, you just need to worry about putting GST aside
Mm.
through to like, you know, January next year. Then you need to start putting a bit more aside for tax again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Or do you need, like, is that too hard? Do you need a simpler way to think about it or what?
No, just a way that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Like I don't know, like that I'm not getting confused with, and not that like it's hugely confusing, but
Well, you've confused yourself because you set up a tax account, then you started using your tax account for your bills and you're paying your
yeah,
supplies out of there. But so that's where you've confused yourself. So you need the principle is have a separate tax and GST account. Okay, but you don't
right,
have that, so of course it's confusing. But now
yeah,
you do with this 81 account. So you just need
yeah,
to turn the 81 account into that. That's what it's used for, and that's all it's used for, right? So
right, okay, yeah,
put GST and tax over into there and pay the GST and tax from out of there.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, and then these two accounts here, yeah, you probably got one too many, but yeah, they just used for the business.
mm, okay,
Would that make it easier?
yeah. Well, one can be my when shit goes wrong account.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
okay, no, perfect. Yeah,
Um, yeah, but also like as the year goes by, um, like at eight sort of in the new year and sort of
yeah,
February, March next year, you'd want to run a calculation to see, okay, what's your actual profitability? Because your tax may not be accurate because it's obviously going to be based on the prior year. So at the moment, it's based on a profit of about grand. So
yeah,
you would have, like, as you pay that provisional tax, you'd be paying tax to cover about grand worth of profit. If you become more profitable, it's not going to be enough. But then it'll just create another terminal tax bill the following April, which is fine. But it could be that, if you're like you've got too much tax set aside is basically the point that I'm coming to. So you're stacking up too much in that tax account, so then you
right,
move it back into the business operations account.
yeah,
Yeah. So at the moment you've got a profit of but depreciation hasn't been run. If that was run, you might be
yeah,
down around. So you're probably like tracking along quite nicely.
Yeah, to be halfway through the year,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I was doing pretty well.
yeah.
The other night, Connor was talking about value pricing.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that to me quickly?
Yeah. So the easy way to think about it. So
Mm.
this is perfect. We've actually got a podcast coming out tomorrow on pricing about this.
Yeah,
So the easy way to think about it is when you go on the Air New Zealand plane, right?
yeah,
They charge you. Well, we decide what we're going to pay for. We decide if we're going to be economy, if we're going to be the works, if we're going to be premium economy, if we're going to be business premier
yeah,
or whatever the hell they call it, if we're going to be a Coro member.
yeah.
And they just tell us what the price is, and we decide if that's of value to us, right?
Okay.
So value pricing is basically what's the value to the customer. So someone will get on that flight and go, that's fucking ridiculous that someone spends 10 grand to get across to fucking Europe, or that's like, how can they even justify that? Someone else goes, oh shit, it's only 10 grand. Awesome. I'll definitely do that. I don't want to, I don't want to
Yeah.
sit back there. So
Okay.
money exchanges hands when value exceeds price. So
Yeah.
how we think about it in our businesses is that, like, most people are taught, because we learn from a young age, oh, go and get your first job and you make XYZ per hour.
Yeah.
And so we don't really understand, what's involved in that. What are the other things the business owner has to pay for? Value pricing is more, okay, that person's got that problem, I can solve it, and therefore it's going to give them these outcomes,
Mm.
and that's what they're looking for, and they'll be willing to pay for that. So they're not just looking for the thing to be done or their problem to be solved.
Yeah.
They're paying for quality, for speed, for trust, for how quickly you can get a hold of them, reputation, all those sorts of things, right?
Mm.
So a lot of us, I think, for like Connor's a pretty intense dude, so he's probably not a good like he should know what value pricing is because he lives in that world. And
Yeah.
so I was a bit confused why he was even asking that. But I think what he's trying to ask is he's trying to figure out how far he can push it. Because he's
Right.
gone from, okay, I'll come work on your garden for $150 an hour to, oh, okay, this is the project, this is what we're going to do. It's 2.5 grand, and people are still like, okay. And so now he's stuck like, fuck,
Yeah.
but really he's trying to find the perfect, and no one really knows. Like Air New Zealand
No.
don't know what someone's going to pay for that premium pricing. Like that's why they're constantly testing their pricing.
Yeah.
SMEs like us, we're not often testing our pricing, or sometimes we're not in a point where we can do it,
Yeah.
So the 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 thinking is, okay, if someone's presenting to you and they want you to do something for them, instead of you thinking about how long it's going to take, you've
Mm.
got to think about, okay, what's the value to this person? Like, why do they want me to do this? What's the outcome they're looking for? It's nothing to do with how long it takes, because then you're not pricing for your experience, the pain that you're solving for them. And a simpler way to explain it, in a nutshell is, tradies will go around and they will go, oh, there's a hole in the roof, right? Oh yeah, fucking easy, mate. Bit of bog, 15 minutes, bang, done. No, we should be going, oh shit, okay, what's the carpet worth down here? Oh, it's probably 4 grand worth of carpet. Oh, okay. Oh, that TV over there, you might just want to move that in the meantime. We don't want it leaking. And you're showing them the pain and the risk, and what happens if you don't, solve it, and then you're selling them the value of, no worries, like we can come around, we can cover it up. That's going to protect the carpet as well, which you don't want to be risking. We might even need to get into the roof and check what else is happening up there so this doesn't happen again. You're adding a lot more value, and for that you charge a lot more. And the customer decides whether they think that's valuable or not, So so it's a bit of a different mindset, but there's no there's no end to it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did a call with a newer business owner who's brought a business, and he was asking about like costing for products and stuff and what they should be selling them for. And again, was looking for sort of like a silver bullet. And I'm like, mate, like you live in the value world. You decide the pricing, you test the pricing, and each customer, will we will get it wrong because
Yeah.
I might value, like say he's in pest eradication.
Mm.
Someone's fucking shit scared of wasps and their kid's allergic, and they find that there's a wasp nest in the back corner, they'll pay whatever to get rid of that thing.
Mm.
But Luke, who thinks, oh, I just can't be fucked doing it, probably doesn't want to pay as much as the person because my pain's not as much, right? So
Right.
the value to that person is a lot more. So it can be a rabbit hole because then you get obsessed with this kind of, oh shit, how much of this can I actually do?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where you sort of graduate to where you start to test some of your pricing
Mm.
and find those people who really do value you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. Awesome. And two last things. You asked about on that group chat about the video
Yeah.
series that you were going to do and release to people.
Oh no! Sorry, in the group chat. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
90-day group
Yeah.
chat thing. I just wanted to give you some
Yeah.
my perspective on it,
Yeah.
and because everyone was going on about price and whatnot, and yeah, you could charge more and all that. Yeah, you could charge more, but what is your mission statement?
Exactly. Yeah. I think they missed the
And I
point of the.
yeah, I just think like, especially someone for me, you're trying to help people. So like, yeah, it's all very well and good. Yeah, lots of people are going to have lots of money, but when you're starting a business in year one and year two, well, that's what those videos are there to target, those people who haven't got a whole lot of money in the bank to be able to say, oh, here's 6 grand, or here's whatever you're going to charge for your next course, or
Yeah.
like, and the input that you'll have on it is minimal because you create some videos that you've probably already got most of the content on.
Yeah.
So you're actually helping like way more people, which I think is like what you're trying to get to as a mission statement, and help people get better and help the economy get better. And then from that, they're going to go, okay, Luke and Phil, great content. They got us through year one, year two. Let's go and see what they can do otherwise. And it doesn't necessarily need to be you guys either.
Mm.
Like, I think, maybe you're at a point where it's not Luke and Phil anymore. It's guided by Luke and Phil, but it's someone else's coaching
Yeah.
as a different entry point. Okay, yeah, if you're that set on Luke and Phil, then pay the
Yeah.
pay them more money. But if it can be one of my junior coaches who we see over, but you're getting into something, or the video series, then yeah,
Yeah.
like you've got you're pricing to a different group that will still totally benefit from the service, just like I have, that you've provided.
Mm.
And the other thing was, we did with the last company I did a course very similar to what you're trying to do, and it was uh, Red Seed. Now they were in the marketing, retail space, right? I would say, and they came out with a whole bunch of training videos in the retail space. So how do you answer the phone? How do you do this? How do you do that? And it was like, for me, it wasn't stuff that you didn't already know, but it was great to get that, oh, maybe I'm not doing things quite the way the company wants me to do. But
Yeah.
could you look at doing the videos like that? And like, it wasn't a YouTube thing. It was a video series that you couldn't, like, you couldn't skip the content. You could
Oh
put
yeah.
1.5 times speed to get through it a little bit faster, but you got to the end of it, you worked your way through a program, and it sent information to your whoever your manager or whatever that got you onto the course.
Yeah.
But there's so many good nuggets of information and good learnings that you guys have got that you could get to people. Again, they had actors on so it doesn't,
Oh,
you're
I
making
see.
content. It's not you guys doing it, but you're providing the guidance for it, and you're therefore reaching a different
Yeah.
audience and a whole range of people then, because small to medium businesses or SMEs or whatever they're trying to help, they still have employees. So they're going to get, if they can put their employees and get some information from you, which is it might be slightly different course or whatever, but you're
Yeah.
expanding and you're going to make them better because the employees are better.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. No, those are good thoughts. I think I sent a message to Matt, I think it was, but there's, we've got thousands of followers and emails, but we've
Yeah,
got, hundreds of clients. So I'm like, there's a gap there for those people who aren't ready. And maybe it's just an entry level. Okay, they get a few wins, they go, oh,
yeah,
okay.
totally. Yeah,
And they put their hand up as someone willing to pay, which then great, they go from like, oh, this is free and doesn't matter if I don't really take any action, to okay, now I want to make my money back. I'm going to do what they say to
yeah.
do.
Mm,
And then, okay, great, they're further down the path. And yeah, you're right. Like they either become a client or they become a better accounting client for their current accountant or whatever. They go further down the path than what they would have
yeah,
gone. So yeah, I haven't settled on exactly how to do it. But I think
yeah,
there's definitely something there. Yeah. And I'll
yeah,
probably just test the market and refine it.
yeah. Awesome. And then how do you think I've done?
Yeah, good, mate. Like you've taken a lot of action. I think there's a lot of things that you probably wouldn't have done. You would have probably
Yeah,
just carried on saying yes to everything. I think it's probably more for you. It's been good challenge,
yes,
of
yeah,
like even your idea around the subscription and stuff. You'd probably go and waste all this time working on that,
mm,
to then go to the market and go, oh fuck, people don't really want it, or maybe I'm wrong, but like I just don't
yeah.
know if that's what you need to be focusing on right now.
No,
And
total point taken. Right.
yeah, and you'd probably still be doing the tutoring and whatnot as well. You don't know what that then leads to,
Yeah,
because like more frustration. And yeah, I just think there's still like I think you've got to believe in yourself a bit more, and that what
yes, yeah,
and like find the people that value you and be a
yeah,
bit more confident in yourself. And the wins will start happening, and in 12
yeah.
months time, and I know it sounds, but it's not that far away, in 12 months
Ah,
time
totally.
you'll look,
Yeah,
you look back and go, shit, I've got a very different business to what I could have potentially had if I stayed on the same path.
yeah,
And you're hungry to learn, you're willing to do stuff, you're like, you can tell you want it, you want to make it work because you want to do it for Claire and for the
yeah.
boys, and for yourself as well. And I have no doubt, yeah, that you will.
Cool.
Yeah.
No, awesome. And I forgot to say congratulations, mate. It's awesome about the engagement.
Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah, it's
That's
exciting.
cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah. Got some
Yep.
a wedding to pay for now, so bring it on.
Yeah, look out. Everything
Yeah,
costs 10 times more when you add just go and ask for cakes and stuff.
yeah,
Mention wedding.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. They're value pricing. They're thinking,
Yeah.
okay, right. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
100%.
totally value pricing, mate.
Yeah. Good on you, mate. Well, we'll stay in touch. But yeah,
Yeah,
sing out if you get
totally.
stuck with anything, and yeah.
Nah, and once again, thanks so much. Like you've really through this and through all your content, it's just been awesome. Like you've helped me heaps from where I was 2 years ago.
Bloody good, mate.
It's been great. Yeah. Thank you heaps.
You're just getting started.
Yeah, mate. That's it.
Yeah.
All
Good
good.
man. All right, mate. We'll
All right,
stay
we'll
in
talk to you
touch.
soon.
Cheers,
Yeah,
bud.
go on. Cheers, Luke.
Yeah.
Thanks.